did you do? You forgot me.
Brittany loves the snow. She gets the zoomies every time she runs in it. So taking her out to go to the bathroom has been a nightmare.
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh. Good morning, Mariana. And Nikki, what kind of dog is it again?
She's a Weimaraner lab mix.
So she probably has pretty short fur then.
Very short fur, yeah.
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah. When she first stepped in, she was a little shocked and she could barely move. But then once she got excited, she just started zooming, wouldn't stop.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Does she have to wear like a sweater or anything when she goes out?
I've bought her 6 sweaters and some booties, and she throws a tantrum whenever I try to put them on her. So we just go out there and bareback it.
Oh, poor thing. I know. I don't know how some dogs, they just get used to it. But
I've been seeing TikToks of dogs that literally just sleep out there. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, maybe just dogs are different than us. They're like, whatever. Being in the snow is better than being in your house doing nothing.
Very true.
My dog is the same way. Once I go outside with him in the wintertime, it's hard to get him back inside.
Yep.
Until it gets like cold. Like it was like negative 30 degrees the other day, and he just like sat his ass down. And...
Right. It only got
negative 30 is cold.
Negative 30 is a lot.
Yeah, it was a one-day thing. So now he likes the 20-degree weather more.
Yep. That's how Brittany is.
And Mariana, what kind of dog do you have?
So he is a small Morkie. He's all bark.
A Morkie? Is that?
It's like a mix of a Maltese and a Yorkie.
Okay, I was gonna guess Maltese. Yeah.
But it's like a little 14-pound dog. Which is too.
But he probably thinks he's like 90 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. But then when it comes to defend, he backs out. So, yeah. It's been interesting.
Do you have the opposite problem? I have a 90-pound dog who thinks he's 14 pounds.
Does he try to like sit in your lap thinking he's like this like small little dog?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
You could pick me up, right, Mom?
Yeah, he'll just like come lay right on me, like on my chest. And I'm like, oh, I can't breathe. Mm-hmm. But that's okay. He gets away with it.
Yeah, Oliver's probably the same size as that one dog that got created in Decentraland. So that's why I was so like hyped when it came out. The little, I think it was by Dahlia. I'm like, yay, there's an Oliver in the game. So yeah, he's about that size.
I know, I'm still waiting for pets.
I know.
In Decentraland. Like ones that can follow us everywhere.
I like
just like the real world.
I like how Petaverse got creative with put it in like in a backpack. I think that's the closest.
That is pretty cool.
Ooh, we may have to make like a scarf that looks like a dog, maybe somehow. I don't know. Like that like is almost like you're like carrying it like a baby, right? But it like looks like a scarf. But maybe that's like a workaround. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, there's also like the suitcase from DG, so you could in theory have like one of those suitcases that has a dog in it. Although I'm like a big dog person, so I don't understand why you would put a dog in a little stroller to go walking.
Right.
But I would put a big dog in a little stroller to go walking, I guess.
Anything to get a dog approved in the Decentraland, I'll take it. If it has to be in a suitcase, so be it.
Yeah. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here on a beautiful, I don't know if it's beautiful everywhere. It's kind of rainy here today, but it's, I guess, it's always sunny in Decentraland, so that's good. But thank you for joining us. I counted it up. This is our 33rd Community Building Decentraland Twitter space and the last one of the year, so it's hard to believe we've been doing it for this long.
How exciting. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. And Sinful, do you have coffee this morning?
Oh, I'm working on that as we speak.
Okay,
I was a little slow to wake up today.
I was too. I like today came earlier than ever. Usually this, because it's 9 o'clock my time. Usually 9 o'clock is not early, but today was like, oh no, I only have an hour. So it definitely felt earlier than usual. Let's see, Mariana and Nikki, do you guys take? Are you coffee drinkers? And if so, how do you take your coffee?
I used to be a coffee drinker, but the last few years I've kind of gotten out of it. I had a really hard phase where I was like a caramel latte girl for a really long time. But yeah, now I just stick to water. I'm basic.
Oh my gosh, those are some health goals right there. Just water and no caffeine. Wow.
It ain't easy.
Yeah, I only had like 1 cup of coffee in my life at my old job, and I threw it out of my mouth. And yeah, so I do not drink coffee. I do not need a $700 coffee machine in my house. I'm a money saver, I guess.
Oh my gosh.
I love tea though. I love tea.
Yeah.
I will take.
How do you? But like, how do you life and stuff? Like, how do you?
Secret to caffeine is getting some sleep. As long as I get like 4 hours of sleep, I'm good. Like even whenever I just need energy, I just try to take like a little power nap. So that, or like, actually, you know what? I discovered this really good drink at Sam's Club the other day. It's like a V8 pomegranate berry energy can. Oh, so good. So Nikki, you gotta try it out, yo. V8 pomegranate. I'll send you a picture.
Hell yeah, I'm all for it. I'm more of a Mary Jane kind of girl, if you know what I mean. That's what keeps me going.
That wakes you up too? I was wondering if I was the only weirdo that like it seems like the nights where I like just stay up chain smoking joints are the nights where I stay up the longest.
100, especially when you got a vape and you just like hitting it, not even realizing you're hitting it. Girl, I could go for days.
Welcome Scott, welcome Nwiz. I see Rustan in the crowd. There's Brandon sending 100s and hearts. I see Polygon Punks, Nicole Nixon. Hello Josh, hello Shiny. Juliana, welcome everyone. If anyone would like to come up and speak, feel free to do so. Request to come up and speak, and we'll let you up here. What was today's small topic that we wanted to cover, Canessa?
Well, we are in our last Twitter space of 2022, and so we were kind of thinking about like what's the highlight of everybody's year. Not just one highlight, but like there's a lot of users that have joined us like during the summer and during the spring, and so they might not have been here for some of the activities like last winter. And so maybe if anybody wants to share some of the highlights and like the coolest things that they've seen in Decentraland this year, and kind of just recap what a pretty amazing year 2022, at least in Decentraland, as we're like gearing up for the year of the metaverse 2023.
I'll start. Me and Art used to pee in Rustan's pool back in December, or I think it may have been January. Either one. We used to get in our penguin suits and pee in Rustan's pool.
Oh my gosh! My favorite memory was that I used to swim in Rustan's pool.
Oh. I hope he had the pool people come through before he swam in it.
I don't know, Rustan, how often do you get that water changed? I think we have an issue here.
He comes up and says, I don't.
When, like, pool water inspector wearable in Decentraland, so somebody can come in and write a bunch of violations for all of our hot tubs. So, I guess a more important question, Sinful, is do you still pee in Rustan's hot tub?
No, Art and I haven't gotten together and, put on our penguin suits at the same time in a while. But, and I also feel like our friend Rustan needs to needs to throw some bangers for us to like attend and be able to pee in the pool.
Yes, Rustan, when next party?
That Clone X party was pretty cool. I enjoyed myself there.
Oh, I missed it. I think I've missed like so many of Rustan's parties, so it seems like months or I don't know, like half a year. That one looked cool.
Let's see, another one which is also Rustan related. Do you remember Rustan's shark party?
I think. Yeah, because we were trying to eat all the humans.
Yes, in the pool that
Yes.
Art and I peed in originally.
Oh gosh, I was in that pool. Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to eat the humans. Like their ankles were so close, and my giant shark teeth were so. Oh, could have eaten all of you guys. But alas, no eating your friends in Decentraland.
I remember when I used to trespass on Rustan's parcel back in like January with the Rich Homie gang, and Rustan had no idea there was a big 40-50 person party at his build. I was that girl, Rustan.
Yeah, see, instead of actually recapping 2022, we're just recapping Rustan memories today. That's all this is really about. So, but I think he found out about one of those parties once.
Yep. Yep. What's all these people doing on my land?
Squatters.
Right.
How about you, Mariana? Are there any highlights from the past year that you would kind of like to look back on?
Oh man, so many. I mean, I really liked Metacube. I feel like that one always just comes up to my mind. The first fashion show at Meta Party in January, that always stuck up to me. What else? I know a lot happened this year. Coachella was really fun. I remember Dollhouse's first party. All I remember was like 180 people at the top of the pool. That's all. Like, whenever I think of 2022, I think of February in the Dollhouse pool for some reason. So, good times.
Oh my gosh, it's funny how we migrated in the Dollhouse because everything started in the pool up on top, like every single party. We were like, dang, you should have just made a pool. Like that's all you needed. But then we down in like later other parties, we'd be like on the third floor and then the second floor, and now it's like nobody leaves the ground level. Like we just go to the hearts. So it's really funny to see the evolution and like the migration in the Dollhouse.
All right, so for 2023, we need to make a pool amusement park, like one of those like big Six Flag water parks. Someone do it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I'm so down for that.
Yeah, and then in the winter we can make it snow, and then it could be like a tubing hill. Like, but I don't know how you get your avatars. Like, I guess you'd have to like code that in to get them to like slide down.
Or like a lava springs, like with like boiling fizzy steam, you know? There we go.
Lava? Did you say lava springs?
Lava spring, hot tub type pool, so it's like a heated pool at the same time.
Oh, I thought lava. I thought you were putting us in
I
lava.
mean, I guess
it
could
oh, damn, girl.
Too.
And how about you, Nikki? Any highlights of your year that stand out?
I mean, just like you guys said, there was a lot. Like this year was pretty revolutionary, and there are so many milestones. But I think the two that stand out the most to me is Fashion Week, and then obviously Vroomway was like a huge dream come true, and been an amazing part of my life. And I've just learned so much this year. I probably learned more this year than I have in the last like 10 years combined. It's crazy. I even have a college degree, girl, and I think I've learned more in Decentraland than I have in college. So I'm just super grateful for the whole year.
That's awesome and epic, and thank you for that. I know at least like you helped me with the glass in Blender, and so like it's pretty cool to see that you learned a lot, but then how many other people have you shared that knowledge with? Like even one tidbit to like each person you run into, like it can just have this snowball effect. So that's awesome. That's a big deal, Roomway. Like a year that you release a giant game in a virtual world, that's an achievement. Like let's see, I can give you a round of applause there. If I don't mute everybody too. That is awesome. And let's see, Fashion Week, you said. So like you were pretty active in Fashion Week. You had a lot of stuff going on, right?
Yeah, I released 4 wearables and they all sold out, which was awesome. And it's just kind of given me like this new breath of life with my love for fashion. And I really feel like this year I found my art facet. Like I've always been an artist, done many different things, but Fashion Week really like solidified it for me. And I really can't wait for this year's fashion. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait.
That is awesome. Thank you for sharing. I hear your blinker, so I'm going to let you drive safe. Nikki, thank you so much. I mean, that might not have been your blinker. It might have just been your music, but I'm thinking that was your blinker.
It was totally the blinker.
Okay, drive safe. Good morning, Scott. How are you?
Good morning, Knessa. I'm doing well. How are you? How are you, Sinful?
Hey, Scott. Good morning.
Good morning, Mariana. Good morning, Brandon, Nicole, Zesty. I see you out there. Jim Cedric. Good morning, Alpha. Just trying to say good morning to people who haven't been said good morning to. Good morning, Mr. D. Good morning, Nwiz, Dr. Drip. What I wanted to just talk about in terms of this past year was contrasting this moment in time, you know, from a year ago when I first came into Decentraland. There was really only like 1 or 2 things to do when you first came in, like on the regular. And now there's so much to do. I know that was a big topic of conversation 6-8 months ago, just about us needing to build content, things for people to do when they come in. And this has definitely been the year for that. Just the number of proposals that have been passed, grants that have been awarded, and a large majority of them have been built out, have come to fruition, Vermway being one. The Knights of Antrom, Exodus, Butterfly Prawn, Golfcraft, you know, 8 meta balls. I mean, going on and on. There is a lot to do. ABC Decentraland was just at Bandwagon, you know, and they have a racing game and a scavenger hunt there, and that's something that, you know, that they just, Claire Crypto and his group have done on their own. There's other places that have you know, built out their places bit by bit. I'm thinking of Innkeeper. I'm thinking of Sir Drop Bear. So there's just, I just want to really applaud all of the work, all of the efforts of you know, not just people building experiences, but developers. You know, I think of Madamus and the closet that he's working on. I think of Billy and the library that he's creating. The open library for audio for people to put on their parcels. I think of the Shoes, who built DCL Studio, and Neo, and Trickstar, and oh my gosh, I'm forgetting some people that have used DCL Studio but have just produced some amazing videos, some content from events, and I'm on the DCL DAO Discord right now, and Mauraz just yesterday posted a video where he installed the 2D retro client, the retro 2D client for Decentraland, and he's walking around in Decentraland as a 2D avatar on a 2D, you know, background of Decentraland. So, as much other things, drama that's been going on, there has been some real progress, and I think it's important for all of us to just take stock of that. And the slow growth is better than no growth, and it may be slow, but it has been constant. It has been continual. So there's been some amazing progress that we've had over this past year.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. And cool highlight is out of all the people that I've met, like I actually remember the moment I met you, because we were at the Miller Lite. We showed up early to the Miller Lite activation. Like now when I say that, why did I show up early for Miller Lite? I mean, I should.
Well, they got the time wrong.
Okay, that's what it was. Because usually, like, I'm a strong IPA kind of gal. So, but anyway, we were there, like, ready for some Miller Lite at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we couldn't get in, and there was this giant, like, puzzle thing, and we were trying to figure out the numbers that go in, and I mean, I think we were doing some pretty good scientific guesses, like, trying to triangulate, like, at what date did Miller Lite first originate? Like, what year? What is like the birthday of the founder of Miller Lite? And like trying to put all these numbers in. I think we were like, that was valid effort. I think I literally remember like thinking we're gonna get this and we're totally gonna figure this out. But yeah, that I actually have a picture of that moment, like the first time meeting you. Sadly, we had to wait.
Will you post that or share it with me? I would love that.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Yeah, that was one of my fond memories too. I remember even going to, I think at the time there was like 13 or 14 different Realms servers, Catalyst servers, and I think I went to every single one of them and tried to get in. I thought, well, maybe it's just a different realm, but yeah, we gave it a valiant effort.
Yeah, it made me, it inspired me. Like, it was fun trying to figure that out, kind of like an escape room. I think that if we would have gotten it, we would have been so stoked. So I think that more places like that should have like activations that have users like do a little bit of history, like, okay, what year was such and such founded, and let people play, because I think ultimately we just kind of just want to play. But yeah, that was cool. I will definitely post that picture. And good morning. Welcome, everybody joining us. We are on our last Twitter space of the entire year. So we are trying to do a highlight. So if anybody has like a memory or kind of a highlight of 2022, feel free to come up and share it with us. I'm sure there are lots and lots and lots of them.
Here's another one of my favorites. The Absolute vodka installation. I forgot what month it was. March, maybe, or around Coachella.
Yeah.
They were streaming into Coachella, or they had the little like rest area with the Decentraland at Coachella. I thought that was like a genius idea, especially at a festival like that, where people could like seek shade and be funneled into the Decentraland.
Yeah, that was awesome. I got to see a picture of the actual tent in Coachella, and we were huge. We were like the size of real people, like projected up on this screen. Yeah, that was like pretty innovative. And I think the build too on that one. The build was pretty cool, and I believe Dogman did the build. Or did the coding, at least. I know he had his paws in that, you might say.
Dogman, I believe Grizz worked on it as well. Yeah, at least for like my personal experience, it was like one of the first builds that kind of had a in-parcel scavenger hunt that you could like go around and like find different bottles of vodka and hopefully claim your ticket to Coachella, I think it was.
Yeah, yeah. So the person who claimed that, I can't remember his name, but it was somebody that I remember seeing at the party because they had a ice poker hat, like the fedora that it's not an ice poker wearable. It was like the kind that you buy with ice. So it was pretty cool. So somebody, I don't remember his name, and I guess I could look through the pictures, but it was cool. It was cool to see somebody like our friends win stuff from some of these contests, because I feel like when these big contests, usually nobody wins, but like I think CJ Trax won like a Mountain Dew computer, and that person won a trip to Coachella. So it's pretty cool to see people actually win stuff. All right, I'm gonna go with one of my highlights. I tried to do like chronological order, but the Decentraland birthday party that we held on my parcel last year, and Grizz made the beach, not the cove. The cove that Ruston made was a little bit different, but Grizz made the beach with the big waterfall that came down, and then it landed on this like secret beach. And there were like fish underwater, and that build was like so cool. And I think like around that time, I don't know like how everybody else feels, but like February of 2022, like when Decentraland's birthday party was happening, I feel like that was just a really like productive time in Decentraland. That was the time where like if you leave for a day, you're gonna miss a lot of stuff. If you leave for a week, you might as well get a history book and try to like catch up, because there was like so much growth and shit happening like every day, and it all felt so positive, and like I don't know, it was just a really cool era, I think.
Ooh, we have someone requesting to come up to speak. It's Brandon probably telling us to go create, or actually that might be for later before we close out. I'm sorry for spilling the beans. Use code Brandon for Wisher Vodka, 10% off. Where'd he go? He must have run.
Brandon Ted.
There he is.
Brandon Ted. There he is. How are you, Brandon? Good morning.
This year's been fucking crazy in Decentraland. So I joined in February, January, whatever, and I remember joining, and the only way you could even change realms was like to type in the browser, basically. And oh my god, it's crazy how far we've gone when it comes to like just functionality of Decentraland within the past year since I've been here. We've seen like the auto dancing, being able to turn off auto dancing, that was revolutionary. Holy shit. And then emotes, I remember they dropped the first emo and we like all shit a brick. The first skins, I remember when they started dropping skins and we're like, holy shit, skins, oh my god. It's just been crazy seeing like all the things that are normal now were definitely not normal like a year ago, I feel like. So it's just been cool seeing the advancements, and also like just how humans react in the metaverse. It's been like a cool little case study to just like watch all of us do our own little things and have a little society inside of this website. And some people know about it, the rest of the world, no fucking idea. So it's been cool watching all of you build your empires and build your repertoires and communities and everything. It's just, I'm excited to see where this takes us. I mean, honestly, all of us just needed a platform to be able to express ourselves, and everywhere else is too saturated. So now that we're a bunch of nerds that found our little website, it's paying off. It really is. I'm gonna be honest with you. So love you guys. Keep making shit, and yeah.
So Brandon, do you have like an event or like one thing that stands out in your mind that you could tell us about?
First thing was Stony Eyes. Stony Eye was my first like introduction to Decentraland. And whenever he said my name on screen, I was like, holy shit, this is cool, you know, oh my god. So I would say Estonia was one of my major events. Rich Homie's fashion show, the community one, that was pretty iconic. The Absolute was pretty dope. And the Fashion Week was pretty intense as well. I remember all of us for the Fashion Week 3 days straight were just going ham. And there was even like multiple chats of like, holy fuck, I have the show. I need runners. Can you do this for me? Yeah, I got you. I'm okay, cool. Can you walk for me over here? Cool. Can you walk for me? You know, like all of us are freaking the fuck out trying to like make this shit happen. And it was amazing. So yeah, all of those.
You know, you totally jogged my memory. I don't even remember walking in fashion shows. But oh my gosh, I did. I suddenly, like, the nervousness comes back. To anybody that walked in fashion shows, remember how nerve-wracking it is to, like, walk in a virtual fashion show?
Especially
like,
with the lag, and you're like trying to make sure the people you're walking with, you're not walking over them or stumbling over them. It was lit.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what if you fall and break a heel? Like, it's kind of like that. The leg is like breaking a heel in the metaverse.
I will also say Play to Earn kind of held Decentraland on its fucking back this year. So like, obviously like Wondermind is shit iconic. And then you have people in this room that are listening and talking that made their own shit. Nikki, Dating, fucking DCL, everyone. You guys are like literally making your own games inside of a video game. So that was dope as hell to watch too.
I'm gonna go back to that sitting comment, the emo comment. Sitting is still not normal to me in Decentraland, so I try to sit as much as I can. You never know when you might get your furniture rugged because all of a sudden landowners decide that you can't have any more furniture on their land, like True Band Room likes to do to me. They'll rug my furniture from under me. Yeah, dude, you did bring up like a good point about like just all the cool features that have been implemented. I mean, even as of recently, the new chat is pretty cool, and as the team works out all the bugs and kinks and all that stuff, I do see it being very, very useful. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this may be a last week thing, and I might be behind on the times, but I think the community chats are up. Am I correct in saying that?
I think they are. Oh, could be wrong. I don't know, Brandon. You probably know better than I do.
Yeah, I have my community chats. I have my Wisher chat. I have my room rate chat. Wisher 10% off. Brandon 10. Love you. I don't see the CBD one yet.
It's hard enough just to keep in one chat. Good morning, Zesty. How are you?
I wanted to weigh in. So I'm going to be the contrarian with Sinful. I am still not a fan of the new chat. It's actually the main reason I talk less, because it's just too cumbersome. But that does bring up one of my favorite memories from this year. I was at Diamond Hand City during the music festival, and one of the other people at the table, Cheap, just casually mentioned that all he had to do to stop the lag was to leave the Metaverse Fashion Week, the Metaverse Music Festival channel, and everything went back to normal. And we were all like, holy shit, what? Are you serious? And then we tried it. There were like 6 of us. And Decentraland started working as we expected, and then it started spreading. We went and spread it in the DG Discord, and somebody was like, Chink, why the fuck didn't you share this before? And he was just like, I just assumed everyone else figured it out, because he figured it out 2 days prior and then just sat on it like a proper shark, which I can respect. and then it quickly spread from DG to everyone else.
I do miss all the little bugs that we had to like go through. Like there was my favorite bug that we have. I don't even know if it's a bug. When you spawn in and then go down the portal, and then you go up the elevator, and then you land on like that little invisible platform above like the spawn area in Genesis Plaza, and like you would look up and see just like a fucking row of sniping Decentralanders just like waiting to get you. That was one of my favorite things.
Yeah, Brandon, if you want charming bugs, Knights of Antrim is where it's at the moment, at least for me. There's one that when you spawn in, or we're not sure of what exactly triggers it, but it's you basically take damage. It's almost like you've been poisoned or something. And it's become such a thing that Matt actually made a meme about it and put an announcement in the announcements channel that basically Antrim has a ghost, so like beware.
Oh, we need a ghost in the machine. Yeah, everybody needs to program ghosts in their games. That's so awesome.
Ghosts in the form of bugs.
Yeah, I'm starting to think. Yeah, with Antrim, there's the Frost Monarch set. There's Undead is actually one of the races you can choose. There's just a lot of I don't know. It's like spooky in the sense that Mario 64 is spooky. I'm just saying. Beyond that, it's just fun to go through someone else's stuff and find little weird things like that. I don't even know who reported that first, but enough of us have experienced it. Oh, and there's this the other thing I'll bring up about Antrim, and then I'll stop shilling it. I've determined that like canonically, the chickens have extra dimensional colons, because when you kill them, they drop a chest. And the chest is big, as I pointed out in the Discord, the chest is big enough that you could fit 5 of the chickens in it. So, like, where did that chest really come from? Like, that's a lot. Like, you kill a chicken and then it poops out a chest that's that massive. Like, come on, man. I'm hoping that meme spreads, and Matt ends up making an item that's like, extra dimensional chicken colon bag or something. I don't know.
I don't know. You're throwing out some good ideas.
That, it's my fault.
You know what? I still remember the chickens on my land because Dice Masters used the parcel that we're at, the community building Decentraland parcel, when they first got launched. And so it was the first time that anybody's ever used my land, I think. So I would come by and there'd be like chickens all over, and then people like having fun and like diligently playing this game. It was really cool. But like, what perspective to think about starting on a 9-piece to like now where they're at. They're like, I mean, the sky is the limit. Like, that's crazy growth. That's not even a year that it's been. And so it's
I mean, I was still new when they were on your 3x3.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
The only reason I didn't stick with it is because I was like, God, this is a grind fest. But then they came out with the Butcher Profession, and I caught some early feedback about that and just how it sped up the resource grind, and I was like, okay, I'll jump into this.
You took a chop at it?
No, I said I'll jump into it.
I know, that was a really bad butcher joke. That's more like a lumberjack joke.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they've done a lot on that parcel. Like it's completely different than it was like a week ago. New map, new everything.
Yeah, definitely. Like, did see the name change. I have yet to jump onto the parcel and check it out myself. From what I hear, it's like a whole new world, a whole new game.
Yeah,
Should check it
there's a
out.
couple of things that are like mechanically the same, but the enemies actually move and follow you around. And if you step too far away from them, they do an instant full heal.
And I see that Scott's hand is up.
Yeah, while Zesty was on here, I just wanted to give another one of my favorite moments from the past year, and that was Zesty letting everybody know about the Twerk of Death.
Yeah, I was going to leave the Twerk of Death out of that, but for me, I fucked up the video recording of that. I was harassing a Ponzi bro at Wondermine, just being an asshole, and it was like I was being an asshole, and then I rolled like 520s back to back when he crashed out. And that actually got to a point with me bullying that one guy, shilling the Ponzi scam at Wondermine. That whenever he saw me at Wondermine, he would start mining. He would hop on top of his meteors and then mine them so that I couldn't get to him.
So is the Twerk of Death, is that fixed, or can you still like death by twerk?
I haven't. So I'll be honest. I haven't done it since. So I put on the spider. There's like a spider legs wearable, and I was showing off the twerk with that at Dollhouse one night last summer, and just because any of the twerks look hilarious with that, and I crashed everybody who was present. And I was like, okay, this is too unstable. This thing's not surgical enough. I just need to not do this. And I still haven't, like, I told Issa about it and was like, hey, look, this is a thing that can be. I've been abusing this a while, and I don't know that. And I did try to show it off to PB. At Wonder Zone, but I think it was too late and there wasn't enough going on. I'm not really sure, but I couldn't the law of demos. I couldn't reproduce it live, and I haven't really messed with it since, to be honest. Although I have had like conversations on like the DG Discord, because a few of us play at Diamond Hand City every night. And there's like this vague concern that eventually the dumpers, because there's no assigned seating, they'll just buy wearables and start using DHC for their dumping. And I've pretty openly declared a few times that if I ever see that, I'm capturing all of the names involved and filing a report, and then I'm death twerking everyone as I talk to the team. Like, fuck them, no mercy. They deserve
it. I can see someone at the hand having at the table having pocket aces and then getting death twerked.
Right. And that's the point. Like, if somebody's going to mess up Diamond Hand City, I'm going to mess up their time. Like, that's it. That crosses that crosses a line for me personally.
Well, now you know, everyone. Mess with Diamond Hand City, you get the Zesty.
Right. I mean, and it's usually pretty chill there, but we've had some times where it's just been like, so I look at some of the stuff I see some of the people like complaining about with like drama and toxicity, and I'm just like, it's like I feel like that little old woman in the first season of Game of Thrones, where I'm just like, oh, you sweet summer child, you guys have no idea. Like, I've told Kanessa some of the stuff, and Kanessa, would you say it's pretty? It can be pretty bad.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you and your posse take care of it pretty well.
Probably the most fun example it's not really like overly like toxic, was we had one guy, haven't seen him before or since. I don't even, his name had NJ in it, and I don't remember anything else about his username. So I'm not going to like try to speculate on that and accidentally name somebody who's innocent. He came in and started doing that like all in pre-flop shit. And it's like, dude, okay. Well, he made the mistake of doing this at a table that had me, Jared, and oh god, who was the other person? It might have been Tua, or it might have been Moolah. I don't remember. It was somebody else. It was somebody who loves big pots, and this guy kept going all in, and we didn't like talk about it, but the people who didn't want to be in on that action went and did their own table. They effectively set up a children's table where they just like were chill. And within about 10 minutes, the person who invaded, left because he was out of chips.
Nice.
Yeah, we just kept calling him. I think Jared actually took the final stack.
Yeah.
You know, one memory also I was going to mention that is kind of a good segue is remember, oh gosh, this is a long time ago and in a whole different world of ice poker, but remember the lists, the white lists that you had to get on because the ice poker wearables would sell out in like 30 seconds. Let's just take a moment and remember those days. Let's just remember like a 15-cent ice too while we're there. But I remember like that list, you had to be, at some point they changed it, so you had to be a delegated player for like 2 weeks in order to get on that list. And so I started delegating to all my friends of like, here, get on this list. And so I don't know, that was pretty cool. Like I know a couple of the people in the room, like I let them play just so that they could get, you know, access to some of those wearables. Those were different times. Those are different times. I can't remember what sets those were. It wasn't the drip. Probably would have been after the drip. Can't remember. I used to be really good at knowing like which set came next, but then they changed that.
While we're talking about ice poker, dude, they've come so far this year. I remember when they had, like, people were getting hundreds of dollars for just playing ice poker, and we were like, holy shit, like this is actually happening. So shout out to them. They going from ice poker to the events all the time to even just the tournament mode now, which like the sit and go and what they're doing and just building an empire again. That shit's all dope as fuck. So shout out to them.
Yep, I think that there's cool stuff still coming, so I'm excited. I got to get my my mana together.
Yeah, I mean, Sauce is already talking pretty openly about a third like piece of regalia after crowns and scepters.
I know.
I'll be honest. I think I'm just going to buy it off of the secondary when someone paper hands it.
Probably a good move.
So I've been getting 0.05 offers for my scepter. Should I sell it, Zesty Beam?
0.05. That hardly sounds worth it.
Sometimes I wish I could message back these like OpenSea bidders and be like, and like come back with a counter offer, 5 ETH.
Dude, I got so sick of the daily lowball emails. There's settings you can play with in OpenSea where it basically you just you just don't even get notified about offers below a certain price. That's probably the way to go.
That probably is. That sounds like a better way.
Yeah, because I
And
good.
go ahead, sis.
Because it was like, okay, yeah, you're offering me like 5% of what I paid for this. Like, no thanks. And it was just daily spam, and I was like, I have to stop this. And then I found the controls for that, and that was amazing. Just knowing that OpenSea was cool. You know, they have their problems. Like, I'm not going to like pretend that they don't, but the fact that and it's any collection, I guess, where it just you can just auto reject offers below a certain amount.
Yeah, and I think they're probably hoping that you just accidentally paper hand click on it and accept it.
And they get the fees from that, and then they get the fees from the person again when they flip it. But OpenSea actually makes it like really nice to just not have to deal with that noise.
Nice.
While I'm also up here, I want to remember this year of the amount of hours I spent on Discord with all of you motherfuckers. Like, literally, I can't even count how many hours we spent with each other. So I just want to thank all of you for giving me something to do this year. Like, deadass. If you guys weren't in my life, I'd be probably doing the same thing just without Decentraland. But you guys made it even cooler. You know, so thank you.
So Brandon, you just made me think of a memory that involves you specifically. That whole God, what was that? That's Warner Brothers backed Smash Brothers clone.
Oh yeah, the what the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even remember. Like Multiverses, I think is the name of it. That you were doing that tournament. And, you know, on like a Sunday, I was like, sure, why not? And I told Ray I'd be down. And then I did like half of the practice mode. I was like, okay, I've got this well enough. And then in that first like 101 tournament, like I ended up like what was it? I went up against you in the final match or something like that. So it was like raw.
It was you versus CK first, wasn't it?
It was what?
You versus CK. CK, did you play?
Yeah, I think I went up against CK, and yeah, it was one of those situations where my old like Smash Brothers 64 brain kicked in, and I did okay until I got up against you.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, I like to game. I'm a gamer. So Zesty came up, he's like, yeah, I got this, and I gamered.
Well, I mean, just watching you at your matches, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to beat Brandon, I don't think. Because you actually played the game. You actually liked it. I was just there to vibe. But I got pretty far off of that.
Like, even like, so you just mentioned Ray, like that makes me think of all the other communities, like Ray's community, Roach's community, fucking us, our communities, and even all of your sub communities. That just proves that like we just have people that love what we're doing, and like the fact that we keep pushing for the shit that we're pushing for makes me like comforting, you know.
Yeah, and it's been interesting just kind of floating around. Like, I haven't been around, like, as much lately. I've been off being a, like, P2E hell beast, as I've told other people. Like, if I'm not, like, doing Ice Poker or, like, Wonder Zone, I'm at KOA's plot.
And I will say, along with the friendships, it was, I don't want to say interesting, but it was entertaining to see the drama unfold with a few, just in general. I will say that we are all building the same thing, but that was always, you know, something to look forward to is, all right, what's going on this week of the Decentral drama? But yeah, I don't want to dwell on that too much. It was just something that happened a lot, and yeah, it was entertaining, I guess. But yeah, next year should be fucking dope.
And Alpha, good morning. I see you snuck up here. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm enjoying the spaces. I came up here for like one thing and sat here and listened to everybody, and then now I got like a list. I've just been enjoying it. Shout out to you guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Shout out to everyone in here. Shout out to everyone that's going to be listening in. I'm enjoying the spaces. Thank you, Canessa and Sinful. Brandon, guys, like 100%, bro. We was in those Discords for hours, thousands of hours, and like, yeah, Brandon, we get Decentral Illuminati. Decentral Illuminati. We would sit there and just game together, and like, I loved what you were saying, Brandon, because that's really like the core of Decentraland to me. I was like, when you can just connect with anyone in the world and just sit with each other, learn each other, and then actually like be able to play with each other, like, you know, go into whatever world game and just be with each other. And I feel like I'm very closed off. In real life, I'm just like kind of cold-hearted. I keep to myself, only my family. I'm a very family-oriented person. But when I came into Decentraland, I felt like you guys really opened me up. I've been able to actually like find way more like-minded people that I fell in love with. The fact I love watching you guys grow, and that's really been the best part of my experience here. Being able to look left and right and see you guys just working on yourselves, growing what's important to you, tending to what's important to you. Like, we went from being just explorers and users in Decentraland to like guardians of this shit. And it's so important to us, and everyone in here is important to us. You know, drama aside, bullshit aside, I care about every single one of you. You know, you guys make Decentraland. You guys are the life of Decentraland. And Decentraland, I love Decentraland. You know, I'm never leaving this shit. I was born in this shit. You know, like Nikki was saying, Roomway was something that was super important to them in Decentraland. I mean, this year, and I felt like Beaverse was something that was the first thing I've really been able to start up and create with Marianne and Golgai. That was super important to me. But besides like creating something, being able to like connect with all of you and like find what's important to you guys, like listen to your hot buttons, listen to your whys, that's really what's like inspired me to just never leave. Like, it doesn't matter how hard it gets, it doesn't matter how crazy this roller coaster gets, because of you guys, like in your stories and your testimonies, it's been an inspiration and like a honor to be here. So I just want to say thank you to every single one of you for just making this experience better. And I'm excited for 2023 because now the focus is on how do we duplicate this? You know, how can we share the same passion with everyone else? How can we share our vision, like the love that we have for Decentraland with everyone else, so that they can live amongst us? That's what I'm really excited for. I'll definitely just share as more memories come. I'll drop my 2 cents.
Thank you, man. Yeah, feel free to share anything you've got. I'm sure that as you start opening the memory floodgates, there's like more that comes up. But yeah, thank you. You brought up great points, and I think it's like, I don't think we're at a point of just like wag me, hugs and kisses, everything's great. Like, we have a lot of issues to work through, but I feel like just I don't know, like the New Year's always a time to stop and look at what's been done and like, I don't know, take that and try to like compartmentalize it and then like make something new come from it, like some shit like that. I don't know.
No, yeah, like I feel like we just all have to realize like we don't have to all be friends, but we do have to all remember that we're at war together. Like, and that's really what's important. We have to push this mission forward. We have to complete this mission. And even if we're not going to be best friends, buddies, we still have we're all co-investing in this vision of making this happen and making our lives happen. Like, I already see us in 2030 and like living entirely new lives, but it's really just going to take us building like this foundation now. And a memory just came to me that you guys already talked about, but that Rich Homie Gang fashion show, that's just like a piece of like what I'm saying, like what happens when we all come together, regardless of like drama or anything, like just all of us coming together. We created our own community fashion show, and that fashion show itself has so much more impact than, like, to me personally, than the MVFW. I don't know, it's because I walked and I never did nothing crazy like that before, but being able to like have the community like all come together and be a part of this event, there was like 50 people plus lined up just to walk it, not even talking about the people who were sitting in the audience like watching. So like it was amazing to see the community come together, and we've done it multiple times, just coming together and executing events. So like, yeah, 2020, this whole decade, I'm excited to see us like just elevate each, like Brandon was saying, first we found auto dance, We found a way to get it on all our parcels. And then we encountered another thing, how to turn it off once emotes came. So I feel like us, like we just keep going through those waves, and we all felt it too. Like that DCL freshman class, that 2021, 2022, we were all coming in like there was like little waves we would do. Remember like the utility NFT wave? We were all dropping NFTs with utilities. Like everyone had a roadmap with their NFT. I feel like more waves are gonna come, and we're all just gonna grow together through it.
God, when you say it like that, I feel like a college dropout. Like I like tried in 2019 and then I dropped out and then I like degened around the world and then I was like, oh shit, I probably should finish my degree, and then I came back in 2021. So yeah, it's a good way to look at it. I like that. Freshman class, sophomore class. We need another yearbook, I guess. And that fashion show was like, I don't know what made it so cool, if it was just so many people or if it was, I feel like it was before Fashion Week. I could be wrong, but I think it was before Fashion Week. There was like a definite vibe around that. Like there were so many people there. It was so like, I don't know, pure, like cool. People curating their own like fashion. And maybe it was just like that like super buzz time where everything was really going well, like in Decentraland, like a lot of people, a lot of like creating wearables and shit like that. I don't know.
Hey, very quick breaking news. Wonder Zone just put the new wearables in the Craft-O-Matic. So if anyone was wanting those, your window's open.
And thank you for rugging our Twitter space as everybody like rushes to go get those, Zesty.
You're welcome.
I don't even know, what are the fashions this time around? Like, what are the clothes?
So they did their season 2 pass that had their wizard beard and glasses. I just call it the Mr. Roshi mask because that's what it makes me think of. It's Mr. Roshi from Dragon Ball, except with pink lenses. And that's the only way you could get the mythic. And they've got it's very like cyborg heavy this time. I'll probably wait a couple weeks and pick up the other legendaries I didn't mint, and just mint the epics over the next couple days. There's actually an emote this time, although I don't know if that's going to provide. I don't think that'll provide a bonus. I think that's just for looks. Then again, I don't really need to be like grabbing any of this stuff because I've already got like a 99% bonus because I'm a degen. And I blame you and Frank for that.
Me?
Yes.
What?
You two are bad influences.
Are you sure you have the right person?
Yo, Zesty, I did have to agree with you. Before we pass the mic to Ajab, I did say that to Kanessa today. I saw her name. I was like, oh, Kanessa, you're an inspiration and a bad influence.
Right.
Oh my God.
For me, there's Kanessa, Frank, and then just the fashionista vibe of dollhouse parties.
Oh,
There's
apologize.
There's always that scramble to try to arb some piece off the secondary, or just rip the band-aid off and mint it because you've got to match a theme.
You gotta look good. I mean, you gotta look good. I've literally watched myself buy a hat off of Fancy last year during Christmas Fest. It was the bucket hat with the lights. I won't tell you how much I bought that stupid hat for, but like, I didn't know Fancy either. Like and I think he was new. He had an unminted name, but I saw him, like, I was in the marketplace on one tab, and then I saw him like walking with the bucket hat, and it just come out. And like I'm this is like battle for me. Like I'm at war. I'm like gonna buy this thing. I gotta have it. And so I buy it, and then I watch it on the screen come off this guy's hat because somebody was like, "Hey, that's a cool bucket hat," and then he's like, it's gone. So it just, fun fact: if somebody buys your wearable while you're wearing it, it buys it right off of your head. And yeah, so it's funny because then Zesty told me that story maybe like 2 months ago. I was like, that was you? Because I completely remember spending way too much on a Christmas bucket hat.
I didn't have a Christmas bucket hat.
Not you. I bought it off of Fancy.
Oh, okay. I was supposed to, okay. I was like,
did I say?
I got.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's got lights on it. There's some things you can wear it with. The lights like shine through. They look pretty cool.
There's a small group DM with a handful of the more casual side of the nightly DHC crowd, and we were talking about that bucket hat. I know the one you're talking about from Christmas of last year, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Like somebody paid like 50 mana for it. Well, this was recent. I know it.
No, Zesty, I don't pay 50 mana when mana's at 35 cents. Never mind.
Yeah, it was just something that came up. It's like, oh, Christmas hat, cool.
Okay, so let's see. I see Scott's had his hand up for a while. I could definitely go off this way, but Scott, how are you? Save me.
Hey, mention that somebody mentioned the yearbook, and I just had an idea. Since we're doing a, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to mention the yearbook idea that I had was, if like the Miller Lite picture that you were talking about earlier, if anybody has any pictures, screenshots, or whatever from events over the past year, if you could just DM them to me on Twitter or on Discord, I'll add them to the yearbook. And I think Kalo actually printed out a copy or two, but I'll post the link to the yearbook again. And it's just through like Shutterstock. And if anybody wants to have like a physical item from the past year, we could you could have that as a memento from the last year. Sometimes it's nice to have a physical item. So just wanted to put that call out there. Send me your pictures from the last year. I'll add them to the yearbook. Maybe even just some brief description of what it is, so I can put a caption with the picture.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. You did a good one for what was that event for?
It was prom.
That's right.
It was prom at the Dollhouse, and it was technically it was a surprise for Tang, but it's really like for everybody now. So yeah.
You have exposed my next favorite event throughout the year. But I'll let Alpha speak his mind, and then I will talk about prom and my award.
Yeah, appreciate that. Oddjob, maybe I don't know if you guys want. I don't want to throw this on your lap, but maybe you guys could like open up a channel in like CBD, and people just like. I think it would be dope if we all just like scrolled through it ourselves too, like to see other memories just piled up together, and it has like this channel that just has 2022 recap or something. Then you could just pull it from there instead of like flooding your DMs. But what I was gonna say, it just came back to me when you guys were talking about the bugs. Well, ZB was talking about like twerking in the chat, closing people down. I was like, one bug that PB has left the room, but I did tell him about it. He's patched it. But one bug that was like I had so much fun with was I could go into other people's bags. Brandon knows. I could go into other people's bags and like wear what they have. L1, it didn't matter what they had. That's how I was like using the jetpack. I would like go sit next to PB at Wondermine. I'd like glitch into his bag.
I have a video of Alpha flying across the screen, and we're like, "Wait, PB's gonna see you! Stop, take it off!"
Oh yeah. we were trying
What
so
the
hard not to get
heck?
caught.
What?
It was
Does
bad.
this
It was
still
bad.
work?
No, it doesn't work anymore. But so what would happen is I would go to like, let's say I walked up to Canessa, right? I would click her avatar. Hey, you quiet. I'd click her avatar, and then I'd click I, like going into my inventory, as quick as I could. And you guys know how glitched the inventory was, where it took so long to get into your backpack. So what it would do is it would load up her backpack because I just clicked her avatar, and when I could go through all her wearables. I could wear them all. And the funny thing is it would stay on my local network. There was one weird time where I had to like close down my whole like DCL because it was showing me wearing an L1, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, all right, now I have to stop because it's getting like I don't have this wear. But I was basically like flexing on my own local network. I would look like a default avatar to you guys, but I was wearing all your stuff like loaded, and I was just taking pictures and I'd fly around. Like I was mainly doing it for the jetpack, so I could fly around, and I was having so much fun with that bug. But once I told PB, he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna get on it." they shut that one down.
That's so cool. That's like low key the coolest thing I've heard of.
I'm gonna have to find that video and I'll post it somewhere whenever I find it.
I'm over here trying to look for the astronaut suit in my inventory so I can flex. Is it a skin?
It's a skin, yep.
Yes. Someone dropped it in my wallet so I could play with it.
Well, it's really nice when you want to go somewhere. Like if I'm running around Decentraland exploring and I get to a wall and I don't want to like go around the wall, you just like run up to the wall, you just fly over it, and then you just keep going. Like it actually makes travel really a lot more efficient, but it's harder to use than I thought.
We're on the CBD parcel right now, and the way Sin just took the fuck off next to me was hilarious. He just literally flew away immediately.
Did you record it?
Oh, and see, as soon as Zesty said Wondermine, I like FOMO'd over to the Wondermine. So yeah. No comment.
Zesty makes all of us FOMO. Like, Zesty will be like coming in, dropping some gems, and then we're all like, we just go silent for a little bit while we're like
processing, and then we gotta go do it.
Brandon, your hand is up.
Another thing I want to shout out is like the music parcels, like True in Zoo, all the families, and the amount of artists they fucking brought into Decentraland and got more people on their art, on their music, on anything that they made. They got a platform to do that, and that was thanks to you guys. You guys literally helped make, like, Marcos is the first person I think of, and I remember meeting that motherfucker just randomly, and he's like, "Yo, I want to do shit." I'm like, "Yo, go talk to that motherfucker." He's like, "Okay, bet." And then now look at him. So, like, it's you people that help make that happen. So,
dude, you said Marco. I believe I may have set him up with his first metaverse show, like back on like PFC land, like for a Taco Tuesday. I believe that was like his first event, and oh my god, just like Marcos is one of those that I can like look back to and kind of like remember the excitement and the pure joy of like being given like this opportunity. And you know, like Marcos like took the opportunity and ran, and it was just so beautiful to watch him. And just like the messages after, like, you know, thank you for giving me the opportunity and all that. And just to see how like from there, like he's just taken off, and and then like now he is Decentraland Argentina, I believe.
And even seeing tracks, like he's been doing crazy shit. So any like musician in Decentraland, they just keep pushing dead ass, because Buffalo, our Trey even makes music. Like there's a lot of people that makes music here. So if you're a musician, just keep pushing. You know, we're gonna fucking hear it eventually. So.
Dude, definitely. Art is one of my favorite DJs in the space. I actually missed his sets. I think last time he may have performed was at the Holy Ones event, like a couple weeks ago. He threw down over there. It was a nice event. Which actually, I guess I could ask you this question, since you're pretty involved or like to keep up to date with the Holy Ones. When is the next Holy One event?
They have a New Year's bash. I think it's on the Decentraland. I think it's, what day is it today? I think it's actually today. I don't know. Yeah, go check the events tab. I believe they have a New Year's bash or whatever if you want to go party. But yeah.
Oh, sweet. I think they may have had one last week, and I got the invite for it just as I was you know, heading out for dinner, and I was like, dang it. But I'll keep an eye out. I definitely want to hit up some Holy Ones events. It's a pretty cool build that they have going there.
Yeah, and they're just like in the beginning. So honestly, watching their progress throughout the year, all of y'all is impressive. But they just have made a lot of really cool shit and like have built a really cool community. So that's just like the main thing I'm noticing with this whole thing is you guys have created your own empires and communities, and they're running.
Alpha.
No, just as you guys were talking about the Holy Ones, it just made me start thinking about like so many memories before they became a project. Not that they weren't, but like before they became a full NFT, when we would just all like hang out at Aquarium, and like I'm talking about like when tables were live, and they would have their parties, and we'd have the Holy Rail became like famous. That right there showed me like what community could do, because like that was their insider, you know, like that was like if you went to their parties and you were on the Holy Rail and you guys all grouped up to take your pictures, you would know that insider. But I felt like the way that wave just like went through Decentraland, it showed me how important it is to actually like be a part of this community and like grow it. And I feel like when I met before I met Dr. Drip, the first doctor I met, Dr. Savior, he was just taking me around a lot, like taking me around Decentraland, and he brought me to the aquarium as like the last stop. And when he was there and he was like showing me his art, I felt like I was just getting a whole different side of like the Holy Ones. I never saw them as like, and like this is my context before they became a project. I never saw them as this project. I just saw them as like this community that was like running that aquarium that had dope art. And I felt like, and then I would see Sinful there, but I met Sinful at Wondermind, but I would see Sinful at the Holy Ones there. There was another person, Elon Musk Foreskin. Who else was there? I'm trying to think of like people who may not show their face all the time now, but
Jamie
time.
Lannister.
Who?
I believe Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie. I think he works at TCL Day now, but yeah, Jamie Lannister. Yeah, that was the other person who I'd always see there. He'd be on main floor dancing by the big screen. Yeah, Jamie Lannister. But like, yeah, their community was so like pure and just so welcoming. it just gave me like a taste of like what Decentraland could do, and then that's when I really started exploring other communities, and I went to MetaZoo next, and it was just like a blast. But I think we really have to like Brandon, you're right, like it is because of all of us, you know, it's every single one of us that's making this happen, and we do have to like kind of always remember that.
And I will add that like at least for when it comes to like the Holy Ones community, it says a lot. Like I've onboarded quite a few users like on Decentraland, just meeting them randomly and showing them the way. And then like as soon as like we hit the Holy One part, somehow they just get hooked all of a sudden, and like, you know, all of a sudden like you'll see someone with like that has never purchased an NFT before that's asking me how to buy ETH, like suddenly like, you know, start buying a shit ton of Holy One NFTs and hanging out with the community and changing their name and all that stuff. I you know, it definitely says a lot about like about that community itself. And you know, my flowers go to the Discord, because that was I will say that was back in my day the second Discord that I joined that was like super active, the first one being Waifumon. uh but yeah, like, you know, big shout out to Miss Dinklepuff. And yeah, I know that you had mentioned Elon Musk foreskin, which he like changed his name now. What I hate it that he did. He goes by Nick now. No, I love Nick.
That's why I feel like I don't see him as much. Oh, okay.
I love Nick. No, he's around. He's around. And who else was around there? I feel like we're missing just so many like people that hung
Michael
out.
Myers, Firm, Kaibo, Shakuni's Cat, bro. So many, bro.
So many.
That's where I met Rustan for the first time. I remember watching him walk by when I'm like looking up my pictures to try to see like old people of Fiddy's in this picture. But oh mahaha. But I saw like Rustan walk by and he had that jacket on, and I don't know, like I was like, hey, cool jacket, and he was like, oh, I made it, and like, yeah, so it's funny to remember like the exact spot where you met somebody that's gonna be like, I don't know, cool, huge influence in your life. And Sin, was I rugging you? I can't tell.
Nope.
Okay, good.
Whose hand was up first? I think Existential.
Hey there, thank you. I just wanted to mention that the Holy Ones are omniscient and omnipotent, always listening, always present. And to welcome Tobik as the newest member of the clan, so to speak.
Welcome, Tobik. Love you. You're a god now.
I'm done if you want to take it, Alpha.
Oh yeah, my bad. I didn't know if you had anything else, but yeah, I love your PFP, bro. Just really wanted to say that. I love it. Angel Armies. Let's go.
Thank you. That's one of Lovely 17's one of one a day, 365 days. So
she's super talented. Shout out to Lovely. Super talented. But yeah, what I was gonna say is two things. Rustan and the Holy Ones. I'll start off with the Holy Ones. Do the last thing I say. Another memory that just came to me is when they finally had their mint, and I think it took us like a couple weeks after, and me, Brandon, Whale, Bitfiend, we was all live minting together, and Brandon was recording it, and I felt like even that moment was so pure, just like minting with your friends, and that we were just all live going crazy, like waiting for each other's NFTs to like show, because it just pens, like it just pens until it's ready, and we just keep like, yo, refresh it, and then the moment they do, and I just felt like it was pretty dope. It's pretty dope, like coming together through NFT projects. You never know who you're gonna meet in these communities. And I know we were talking about it last week. Hey, get off me! If you guys do need some help and you onboarding like like the Spanish communities, I do know like Holy Ones they have a lot of people in there who do speak fluent Spanish, and that's a dope community. You could just always ask for help, and they're always willing to help. And then the second thing I really wanted to say was just like my experience at Rooston, like back all the way in November, as being one of like the like first time meeting you guys. I had an experience where I bought from Art Ryu on OpenSea, and I didn't really know how to buy stuff, but I just thought like OpenSea was the wave, so I would buy like Decentraland stuff on OpenSea. And Art met me in person, and he saw me. He's like, "Hey, didn't you just buy from me?" I was like, I don't know. I just thought this like the Pang stuff was pretty cool. Like I bought an extra glasses that I couldn't wear, and I was buying pieces of his Pang suit without the Pang, and I didn't know. So, but when I met him at Rooston, like I was just like sitting in the corner AFK, like. And Rooston's experience, everyone knows Rooston parties were the OG. Like when everyone was just sitting there with this is like back when I think he released the denim jacket. We would all parkour to get to the top before VIP teleport. We'd all parkour. It was so dope. Just like it brings me way back of like the innocent days in a way, where none of this was too serious. Like there was no companies involved, there's no projects involved. It was just really us just meeting each other. I remember Art Ryu, to go back to that. I remember when I overpaid for the stuff, and what he did is he just like he reimbursed me. He told me to like send him those stuff back, and then he just traded me other stuff, and it really showed me that you guys are real. I like he could have just been like, "Oh, good deal," like you messed up. He could have just walked away, or he could have just said hi, kept it as friends. But I feel like he really like he remembered, and he like did right by me, and it really just. Little things like that people remember, and I feel like we just if we keep moving that way, moving with integrity, our community is going to remain undefeated.
That's awesome, man. And yeah, like those Rooston parties, I don't know what it was. I think it was like something he slipped in the water, but like those were really cool organic times. Like I don't know, I think Rooston,
that's the best word.
Yeah, I think Rooston, from what I've gotten to know, like he's not about to go like turn profit. He's just there for a good time, and I think that just like I don't know, that's the vibe. You can feel that. And that was also one of my memories is that I got to meet Rooston this year, like 2 months ago, down in California. Got to go have lunch with Rooston. So that was pretty dope. They were a little scared of Rooston. They didn't know if they should let him around the property because he had a motorcycle helmet. So like, watch out for people carrying helmets. But yeah, I can confirm Rooston's just as dope in real life as he is in the metaverse. So that was cool. We had a good lunch, good talk about the metaverse, and yeah, it was cool. It was fun meeting somebody. Like it was weird too to be like, okay, but you should be wearing your like I guess maybe if you showed up as your avatar, you'd feel more like, yeah, this is the same person. But when they're like a human, it's just like different. But it was dope. It was awesome.
You had mentioned you don't know what Rustam put in the water. I can confirm Artriu and I can confirm that it was penguin piss that was in the water.
I forgot about that. Yeah. So I guess that's the magic ingredient.
So like I just have to tell you how absolutely jealous I was when you met Rustan. I thought he was gonna body paint you before he body painted me. I was like, what the fuck? I've been on the list for like months here.
I know. I would love that. That would be I would go with like a Decentraland theme. So if Rustan paints anybody with Decentraland before me, I'm gonna be pissed. So Rustan, I don't know. You're quiet down there.
I'm close to do me first.
I will fight you, Brandon.
Have fun getting from Florida, nerd.
Oh fuck! You could literally like knock on his door and be like just naked, like paint me. Oh man, I don't know if you'd catch a charge with that one. I guess it mostly depends on like if there's children around and if Rustan is feeling artistic at that very moment.
At this point, y'all just gonna be boxing and body paint.
There's a bunch of naked people painted in the street fighting. Like,
no, it's gonna be something new that Rustan will start. He'll set up like a canvas behind us, and then like tell us to like stand in front of it and start fighting. And while we fight, he's gonna just throw buckets of paint at us.
Rustan's Renaissance era. It's happening right now.
We love you so much, Rustan. I hope you know that by how much we talk about you.
Yeah, like imagine if you didn't, like imagine if you're new and you come in and all you hear is like, yeah, Rustan's parties, Rustan's hot tub, he's gonna paint us naked. Like, if you don't know Rustan, you're gonna be like, who the hell is this person? I need to know more.
And they definitely do need to know more. Just type Rustan on YouTube, and you can thank me later. There's lots of art and content there to be seen. I also do feel like when it comes like to the onboarding process, like Rustan is a big help. Usually his parcel is one of my stops, and I tell the person to click on YouTube bubble every time. Brandon?
Since we're talking about content on YouTube, this year, that's my thing, is I want you guys to make content. And Rustan he was one of my inspirations when I came to Decentraland. I'm like, oh fuck, that's a subscriber number that I'm not used to seeing from people that I talk to. That's cool as shit, you know? So that was just a little inspiration for myself. Wow, I want to be like that guy. Another person, KJ down there, the KJ Low Poly Models, they dropped those videos for the Metaverse Fashion Week, was it?
Savage.
Yeah, literally some of the best animations, and the Vogu, is it the Vogu heads? Whatever. They did some really fucking cool animations. If you don't know KJ down there, go to their profile, check out Low Poly Models, and their animation is amazing. But what I'm trying to get at is, if you are creative, create, and you have people here that will look at it and see it and notice it. And some of these people just have some really good connections. So you never know what the fuck can happen with the people that are in Decentraland if you apply yourself. Just the littlest bit.
Yep, and another plug for KJ, if you're looking to kind of learn how to use Blender and mess around with creating assets on Decentraland, she does make some pretty informative videos on YouTube. And I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I didn't just like pull up the videos just to pull them up. Alpha?
My bad, I was coughing. Another person that came to my mind, shout out to KJ and Brandon. You just made me think about it. Studio Sparkles. Do you guys remember that video that they made? Like, well, first off, shout out to KJ. Like, when I seen that video, I was like, damn, our avatars can move. Like, I only seen our avatars like straight, hands down, and I'm just like, only time their arms move is when you make a wearable. I was like, it was pretty dope to see our avatars in like moving, live, jumping. She had them running. Like, it was pretty dope. And then Studio Sparkles, he also made a video that I forgot what Decentraland released it on. I think it was the Manifesto. I'm not entirely sure, but they shouted out so many people in that video. And Studio Sparkles had this avatar sipping and just vibing. I felt like that was so dope to like catch an avatar do like what we actually do, but like more in like this animated show in a way. It just made me like, I wanted to see more of it. I just wanted to see a whole cartoon series drop. Like, it's insane. It's shout out to you guys, bringing life to our avatars and just bringing life to our culture.
Like, one thing I'm doing personally is I have I own one of the machinas from Broomway, and I'm making my own little like short series with the machina. And it took a long ass time to figure out how the fuck to do it, but once you figure out how to do it, it's super easy, you know? And you guys have access to so many characters, sets, anything. And if you know how to use Blender, shit, you get the whole universe at your fingertips. So create. I want to see Decentraland shit. Let's make some dumb little skits. Let's make all those dumb little things we watched on YouTube 10 years ago that were like dumb as shit. Make them. Why not? Make little skits. Let's get it.
Can you teach me how to SDK7, Brandon?
No.
Fuck. Alpha.
No, when Brandon was saying that, it just made me think of like Mariana said this funny idea to me like I think like 2 weeks ago. She was like, she's like for some reason she feels like making those, you know, those like YouTube videos where they walk up to someone and be like, yo, do you know this? Like they'll just get feedback. They'll do like live interviews. Like, hey, do you know anything about this? And like just ask people these like live questions, get like live reactions. And then I was just thinking, I was like, that would be pretty dope if we started seeing content like that. Like you'd see like, I know Brandon would jump on it, but like you just start seeing all of us like random videos, just walk up to a random and just be like, hey, do you know Decentraland? And just asking them like a real life question, just keeping the conversation going like from there, and just saying, do you know Mana? Like, and just just getting live reactions and making like these tiny like TikTok videos. I don't know if TikTok's gonna be alive for that much longer than you, but like these like, you know, small skits, like that's the word, skits. It's making these small like comedy skits of Decentraland, or just making these like skits. I think we need more of that. That'd be pretty dope content, because we're making a lot of content within Web3. But if we can make like kind of like, you guys ever seen Mariana has the guy's name, but he like kind of makes fun of like our culture, but he's involved in it as well. I forgot his name. Like he'll be like, he just made a recent video on Twitter Space hosts, and I was cracking up. Mariana, you gotta send me the video so I can put it in the comments. But he was making video about Web3. He's like, how we always say we're community building, and like it was hilarious to watch, but it was still like, you know, it was still dope content. Even like, it was nothing to take personal. It was just like mimicking our culture.
Was it the one where he keeps saying like we're bridging Web 2 to Web 3?
Yes. I don't know.
It's K Money. His name is K Money.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me put it up. Let me find him.
Thank you for saving me, man.
Myself thinking about his video. I'm like, oh, I'm so full of shit.
We're building. Behind me is the building.
We're in a bear market. We are broke ass motherfuckers, but we're building.
But yeah, follow him for some pretty funny NFT Web3.
All Twitter hosts, don't take this personal, but it's something to laugh at. So I'll just put it.
I just realized that Mariana snuck back up here.
Yeah, I like popped off for like 10 minutes because I forgot I was a co-host for another Twitter space, and it ended 5 minutes after I co-hosted. So whoops.
Whoop.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be back.
Tell us about your Twitter space and where we can find it.
Yeah, so the other, about 4 days ago, I discovered this one Twitter space called Web3 Daily Buzz, hosted by a guy named Luke. And I've been just popping in there for about like 4 or 5 days now. And then I came up and talked about Decentraland. They were talking about, you know, what were like the biggest NFT, you know, I guess news of the year. And I had mentioned like Decentraland blowing up, and then all these brands coming in, and then we just kind of started talking about it. And a few days ago he messaged me like, Mariana, you should just come up every day and just talk about what's going on in the metaverse. So that's what I did. For the 5 minutes that I came on today, I mentioned how like Hershey was in Decentraland, Hillshire Farm. So I'm just like I'm pretty much going to be talking about anything that comes into Decentraland, new brand activations, and anything else that I can remember that happens in the metaverse / Decentraland. So yeah, I'll have to pin his username up. But yeah,
is that Metaluke?
What is it?
Is it Metaluke?
No, it's not Metaluke.
Did I rug?
I was just thinking that too.
No, I don't know. No, I think Mariana, she's coming back up.
Okay, bro, that was like the most abrupt rug I have ever experienced on Twitter.
I literally accidentally closed out of this Twitter space as I was trying to pull up his Twitter space, so I joined his recording. Whoops. But yeah, his name is Lucas B.
That is awesome. We have
right,
the Web3 Mariana report.
Yeah. He gave me 60 to 90 seconds. So.
He gave you. Oh, come on! I think you should test the waters and try to go over your time.
Oh, I did.
That because if you don't, then it just sounds like an infomercial. Like,
right.
You want wearables, you want experience, you want community. Come to Decentraland. We have Hershey, we have vodka.
Exactly. So yeah, it's every day at 8:30 PST, which is 11:30 Eastern. Which is why I was late. I was thinking it was 12:30 Eastern. Whoops. But yeah, new space, new Twitter space that I recently found out about. I've been trying to find new Twitter spaces lately, and that was one that I came across. So if you guys need a new Twitter space to hear that's non-Decentraland, go to that one.
Totally. I'm gonna have to check it out. I mean, I'm always looking for new Twitter spaces and new people to talk to and to just tell about Decentraland. You know, I'm one of those individuals that will shamelessly come up to a shill space where everyone's talking about their art and shilling their art, and I'm just coming up all right, so I see all you motherfuckers shilling your art, come to Decentraland.
Maybe you can join me in this next one and you can attest to whatever I say.
Yes, I'll just stand next to you and nod.
There we go. She's not lying. It's all true.
It's all true.
How about pose really interesting questions wow, I've never heard about this. How do you call it? Decentraland metaverse? Tell me more.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let me tell you, Sinful.
Canessa, whenever we look for new DJs and stuff, and we say hello to them and we tell them about Decentraland, they're always pronouncing it Decentraland. Yeah, it's always something that's not it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's that hard to pronounce. It seems pretty straightforward from our end, but I guess I don't know. Maybe we need to provide a pronunciation guide too.
Decentra. I don't know. DUH. Decentra. No.
Oh gosh.
I feel like everyone knows decentralized, so you can just say decentralized. It's actually A&D, Decentraland.
I should just go in and say I'm from decentralized land.
The scary part is then these are the people we have to also help bridge their Polygon ETH and pay gas transactions and not give away their seed phrase. So gosh, we have so much teaching to do.
I have so much learning to do. Once again, SDK 7. Alpha, can you teach me a SDK 7?
Mariana, can you teach Sinful SDK 7? Hey, Sinful, we're in the same boat. This year, we gotta straight hold each other accountable. Let's learn as much SDK as we can.
Dude, I feel so bad that I've been in the space for so long and and I've spoken about Decentraland so much, but I don't have the confidence to go up to a panel and speak about the technical side of things, or the creator side, the modeling Blender end of it.
Let's make a pact right now, December 28th, 2023. We will all be here or like we'll be in a build that we created ourselves. Like we will have done it. We'll have learned it. Who's with me?
As long as DCL deploy works.
I'm with you.
As long as DCL deploy works. Because it has not been on my side the last 2 days. So.
What I hear is Mariana is teaching the class because you know more about it than I do.
I might have to delegate up to someone more knowledgeable too. I might just have to be the teacher assistant.
I'll take whatever I can get.
Right.
Can we just annoy KJ into teaching us how to SDK 7?
Oh, I feel like we'd be a really naughty class. We'd be like, I don't know, yeah. We'd be like, look what I just made. She'd be like, guys, pay attention.
Okay.
I know, right? You're like, you're already on to the next step. It's like, hey, follow what I'm saying. We're just like, whoop, I'm already here.
Yeah, what does Scott say? First, I'm going to walk you through it. No, first I'm going to talk you through it. Next, I'm going to walk you through it.
Teacher.
I'm such a bad student.
I mean, AJ has been learning, and I can see it too. So he can also be someone who helps us for sure.
I nominate Scott and Lastrom together. Lastrom can show.
Shawnee too. I nominate Shawnee too.
Yeah. And Dogman. I feel like there's like we have a
Hell yeah! How did we miss Dogman?
we have a good group of people that can really team up and teach it.
Now, do they have time?
No.
I don't think
I do feel you guys though. Like we do, it's gonna be dope as like more and more tools like are on the table for us to use. It's just gonna make our experience a little easier when we're sharing Decentraland and helping others on board.
I wonder if one day building on Decentraland will become as easy, like through like let's say Blender or SDK, like as easy as like a drag and drop type of thing, kind of how Builder is. Oh God, some of you are gonna shoot me after saying that.
I mean, dude, I'm kind of the same way. I felt you when you were saying earlier, like you feel like you don't feel too confident when speaking about all of Decentraland, because when it comes to like the technical side of getting in 3D assets or coding, we're not experienced in that. So I definitely feel like I was in hopes of like AI helping me. I was in hopes that like maybe I could use AI to build a template and then I can fill it in, because that's really what I can do. I'm not a true artist where I can just get in Blender and like I got the vision, but when it comes to actually like playing around with Blender, I feel like it can get confusing and I get discouraged. And I feel like coding just looks like a matrix to enter. I have to like speak with someone while I'm doing that, like while I'm walking through that. And we all need help in our own ways when we're doing things. I definitely feel like SDK and 3D modeling is like two core skills that we definitely, one of the two or both, we need if we're gonna like survive in Decentraland or the metaverse for that.
Alpha, I think 100%, and I think it's not just Decentraland, it's Web3, it's everywhere. I mean, really, like, this is the trajectory that we're on. This is the future. And, like, I don't know, just personally, I'm like, I can't miss the boat on this one. Like, the .com era, like, we knew back then that computers were going to be the future. We kind of knew the internet might turn into something, might be big. You might not want to sleep on that. But dang, like, so why is it in 2022 that I'm finally like getting into computers and coding and like 3D modeling? Like this, I should have known better. So I'm not gonna let that happen again. And I don't know, just me personally, like I'm challenging myself, and it's hard. Like but then it gets to a point where it's not hard. It's kind of like, okay, I did step like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now all of a sudden 6 doesn't seem like such a reach. But I couldn't have done it without the people, that did help me. Like KJ, Nikki Fuego, AJ. Like I've got my list of things that I've learned, and I don't know, like we help each other. And Zesty, I think you had your hand up, and then Brandon.
Yeah. So to build on Sinful's point, looking at the recent Decentraland editor blog post, they released a new version of the editor. I'll say I tried playing around with it, but my background is more like the operations side of things, like keeping the lights on and like not on fire. So I got the sense though that the sample scenes are not like they've not been updated. The only one I could actually get working was the cube spawner, and I'll be real. The only reason I'm playing with that at the moment is I want to take. There was a code snippet for adding an avatar into a scene, and then you can also assign wearables to it, and you don't have to own those wearables in order to do that. And I thought about, because you guys all know it, you look at the marketplace and at the preview, and there might be some item you're looking at, and it has some sort of glow element, and then you buy it, and it turns out to effectively be a rug job because the glow doesn't work the same in the market preview as it does actual in-game. So I thought, why don't I just cut all of that stupid bullshit out and have my own little fashionista world where I just slap up an avatar, put whatever clothing I want on it, and then actually see how it looks. And I can't do that yet, so I was just like, all right, I'm gonna like circle back to this, like probably in a couple weeks. Maybe I'll look at it with a fresh mind, and I'll be like, oh, okay, the problem existed between my keyboard and chair all along, and that's the anime plot twist of next month. Or maybe there'll be something pushed out and shit'll just magically work. I don't know. I'm gonna wait till January to figure that out, though. But to bring this back home a bit, Sin on the roadmap, they actually want to make, it's like the release they just did is like phase 1, and phase 3 is like drag and drop friendly. I got the sense that they kind of want to turn the editor into like Decentraland's own version of RPG Maker.
Good. So I'm reading one of the comments from Ariel about an hour ago. My apologies for taking about an hour to read them. She says one of the speakers spoke about a library in Decentraland. What are the coordinates, and will there be any future events at this library? Does anyone up here currently know of the coordinates to the library? I can't remember.
I can't. Is that the one, the Metaverse Architects, the project that they were working on?
Was that the Uncensored Library?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Because I remember thinking that project was fascinating because there's a Minecraft version of that. And I remember checking that out when FitNC did his video about it. And then I was like, oh, that's cool. They're going to do a Decentraland version too.
I do not know the chords, though.
I don't either.
Sadness.
I mean, has it been deployed? I wonder if it's actually... It might not be deployed yet.
I don't know.
I just work here. I know nothing. Alpha, did you turn your mic off? Hopefully Alpha knows.
Oh, damn. I'm rugging. My bad, guys.
It's okay, Alpha. I'm going to pass the mic over to Brandon.
Another thing I want to remember and shout out is the whole spatial crossover that we had a few months ago, which I feel like was an iconic moment for Decentraland and Spatial both. Quick little story on that. We were in Twitter Spaces, and there were two Spatial people in there. They were talking about Spatial, So then that day I brought my VR to work, and I was in a little closet in my work, fucking just in spatial doing VR shit. And I saw the same names that I saw in our Twitter spaces in one of the spatial rooms. So I went in there, introduced myself, and that's where it was Meta Mike and Hi Cece. And that's where I met those two people. And I was like, yo, Cece, you should hit up the dollhouse. And that's where that whole fucking thing happened, dude. So this mix between the two metaverses and even Vox, I believe there was like a Vox metaverse, whatever. But there was just cool collaboration and class between those two metaverses and how we both like just converged so easily towards each other. Like we just so naturally like, all right, cool, yeah, you do this, I do this, boom, bop, let's work together. And then that same day we had a party. So
yeah, it was really awesome how that like came together like so quickly and flawlessly. And like to add on to that, like I remember when I first met Hi CC, Meta Mike, and all of them. It was actually like 3 weeks before they popped into our space. Like in August, like the first week of August. I recall like jumping into their Twitter space and like inviting them to like I had invited them to Dollhouse that day. Like, you know, just to come party, come vibe with us. Like there's a whole nother community here. And like I feel like back then I even got like some pushback. There's this gentleman named Mayor of the Metaverse that was like, I just don't get why you like Decentraland, because coding, it's a nightmare and blah 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 blah. And I was just like, dude, I'm trying to invite you to a party, not like talk about SDK here. but like I feel like that was the seed planted, and then like few weeks later you see Meta Mike and Hi CC like pop in and they're like, oh shit, this shit really does exist. And from there, boom, like just like hit the nos. So Brandon, when well, I was gonna say when Other Side and Decentraland party, do you have any contacts with monkeys?
I don't know anything other. So actually, the Other Side, they just dropped another NFT, I believe, and it's like this little junior monkey or whatever. And they just dropped a roadmap for that. But I did see recently that the Other Side has the same CEO as Activision or Blizzard, one of the two. And he does video game stuff, so hopefully they have stuff coming. But
yeah, we did learn about that, but wasn't there some sussy shit around that too? What? Crap, I can't remember. This was like a conversation I literally had like either last night or the night before.
How was it, Cole? I want to know more. What do you know?
I know there's some sussy shit around like the whole situation of how he made that transition, or why he had to make that transition. I don't know. I forget.
I'm invested.
Me too. Let's like stalk him on the internet.
Maybe you can bring it up on that Daily Web3 space tomorrow, Simple.
Don't. No. We want to make friends with the monkeys, not get them mad before we know it. we love our bored apes. Like, especially like I have to say, like the bored apes in Decentraland are like freaking one of a kind each. Like they're like, when it comes to like their passion, their drive to like want to build, or like even like just like their overall, and others are like their overall vibe, like anytime that they're around, it's just like they uplift the room because of like the how good they are like as a human being. So to my monkey picture down there, Enwiz and David, we love you. I think David may have jumped up.
I've had the pleasure of meeting a bunch through the Adorable Avocados, their owners as well. And meeting them in LA, like, they were the coolest fucking people. Like, honestly, if you, like, know any Bored Ape or, like, Mutant Apes or anything, deadass, they have connections and they are really cool people. So I can vouch for them as well.
Yeah, I've never met
Alpha?
never met a bad Bored Ape user. Like, even like shout out to like Avi or AK Morris Mustang in Decentraland, like with Atlas, like they're all building, whether it's through name buying or making, you know, awesome data tools and experiences, you know, to Daybed's awesome parties. Like I think we can all say that we've never, well, I don't want to speak to anyone, but I've never met any bad Bored Ape yacht owner at all. They're all builders.
It's a big community. Uh, yeah, back to Daybed. I love the build, how like they have integrated their Bored Ape to kind of like their brand, the cheetah print. Like I feel to this point, like, you know, that is like a Daybed exclusive in a way. Like, sure, there's probably other Bored Apes with cheetah prints, but like Daybed has taken the necessary steps to kind of like make it their brand.
Yes, and when next Daybed party? I don't know if I've missed them, but it's been a while.
I missed the one on Friday. I was so sad.
You missed out on some Christmas music then. Simple. Terrible. Okay. But yeah, I was like a few days.
Oh. Sorry, go ahead. I cut you off.
I think I cut you off. Go ahead, Simple.
I was gonna bring Alpha into the conversation. his hand has been up.
Yeah, but for some reason I can't hear Kness and I don't like it. I might have to leave the room and come back. But main thing I was gonna say is, yeah, like when you were saying monkey, I was just like, hey, I was like, yo, shout out to our monkey family. You're hilarious. Bored Ape, but shout out to Anyways. I feel like maybe we could talk to them and see how we can get connected with, like, we know a few, so maybe we could just talk to them and see how we can actually make a plan for that, because the ones who do see it are in here and they're building, and like you were saying, like Daybed, she's doing it right. She's branding around it. Her Bored Ape, I seen this dude who opened up a restaurant. I think it was a different restaurant from like the Bored and Hungry. It was another restaurant launched by a Bored Ape, and they had like similar traits with her ape. And I was like, I commented under, I was like, Daybed, is that your cousin? Like, I was joking around, but like I recognize her ape. Or like I recognize Daybed's ape. I don't recognize that guy who launched his restaurant. So I felt like Daybed's doing it right, and I feel like I'm surprised more Bored Apes aren't in here doing that, like branding in the metaverse their NFT, like, which they can do, but a lot of them, they just, you know, they kind of crap on us. And I don't know what's going on in the Bored Ape Discord. Anyways, you have to fill us in sometime, but I feel like they kind of see Decentraland as below the other side. Like, they feel like they don't look at Decentraland as like something they have to surpass. They look at like that's like what I'm feeling from it. When I hop in like certain Twitter spaces and there's like Bored Apes in there talking about Decentraland, it's like not a lot of them even have respect for Decentraland. And it's kind of weird. That's why I do have respect for the ones who are in here, because the ones who are in here, they see it. They're locked in. And like you were saying, they all have their unique like way of living in here, especially like the name collectors in here, like and the builders, like Mariana was saying, Morris. Like, I feel like they all have their unique way of living in here, and we should have more of them in here. But I want them to realize we could do both. We could do other side and Decentraland. Decentraland would raid the other side, only if they're willing to open the doors for us.
Yeah, I have to admit, yeah, it is a little hard, like getting in a Twitter space with a Bored Ape, and you say the word Decentraland, and they just like insta shit on you. Brandon?
I wanted another honorable mention that I haven't really seen in a while. Stateless back in the day. I don't know if he's still doing stuff, but we guys are talking about data and like numbers and shit. Back in the day, he did like basically what Drawfo is doing now with like analytics and showing like the top sellers of the day and the week and whatever. So Stateless was one of those guys back in the day. Like he was like one of those mysterious whales. Like, ooh, who's this guy? He's doing a bunch of cool computer shit. So he's just another honorable mention that I wanted. And then there's a guy named Baron von Hustle. He has his Bored Ape as a skin. He does a bunch of stuff with his Bored Ape. He has his own like show, and he I believe he has his own like food truck as well with his ape. So just on that topic, monetizing your NFTs, creating your empire. If you have NFTs that you own the commercial rights to, guess what you can do with that cute little fucker? You can put them on a fanny pack, and you can sell those fanny packs. You can create your own food truck, and boom, you have a character for your whole company. Which, if you have an idea for a company, just getting like a general layout of like the vibe is a hard thing to do sometimes. So if you can build it around just the color schemes or your NFT, anything, you already have that ready to go. So monetize your NFTs.
Brandon, I was gonna say, like, all of this talk, I was thinking about like the Clone X community too, and like what Rustan has done with his Clone X, and Crypto Novo, what he's done with his what's the name of that one? CryptoPunk. Trying to think if there's anybody else. Like, it doesn't have to be a Bored Ape to be a cool NFT. Like my Snarky Shark. I don't know if my Snarky Shark is cool enough to build a brand around, but maybe someday she'll get her own little, like, I don't know, ray of spotlight. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see people do that. And Brandon, when are you gonna do that with your PFP?
I was literally so the Stickman, I own a Stickman, and they just released their collaboration with Sandbox. So if you own a Stickman, you can go into Sandbox and literally run around as your little Stickman. And I think that should be one thing we should focus more on in 2023 is that integration. I know Sinful's been talking about it for a year now, is being able to have one NFT and go into multiple worlds and be represented in that world. And I think that that's kind of like that's gated right now for some reason at Decentraland, and I don't want to get into the details, but I think that it's really holding a lot of things back. I think that if you own a Bored Ape, for fucking damn sure you should be able to go into Decentraland and see your Bored Ape running around. You know, so that's a little 2023 thing we should work on. I feel like, and honestly, it's just cool. It's cool as hell seeing your character run around in a world and just seeing like, oh fuck, there's a Bored Ape right there. You already know that person.
of describe them as, like you just said. But yeah, man, it's been a really, really amazing year. Just wanted to thank everybody for the support and for supporting Team T-Rex and Mama Trax and my son. We really, really are truly grateful to be part of this community. And I hope that it's an example of like what you really can do with the creator side of things. You know, even if you're not necessarily a 3D designer or a land builder, you know, like you can go in and learn these things. And I think like what Creations is doing, like Creations, I already told you before, but I'm gonna be hitting you up. I have a ton of tutorial content already created, and I'm down to make as much content as you need, as far as like any type of helpful content to help new users. I was doing it a while back, but then I got more focused on creating articles. So I actually have, I think, like 20 or 25 like published articles already with like just basics of Decentraland, you know, like the wearables, the emotes, different events going on, spaces, everything. I've been really just like breaking that down for people that may be new to this. So I'm definitely gonna be reaching out to you. But besides that, yeah, it's been a fucking epic year, man. I just wanted to say that. And Cheddar Queso, I love listening to your you were just talking right now about a lot about cannabis and everything like that. And you know me, I'm a very frequent user, and I'm always down to help out with that as well too. So yeah, that's it. Hopefully we crash less.
Yes, turn off that ambient occlusion. I don't know. Specimen, mic is yours.
What's up, y'all? I heard my name earlier, but I was moving heavy stone blocks, so I didn't really get to chime in then. But I'm on my way back to the house now from job site, so just wanted to come up and say that I love y'all, and hope everybody's having a great end of your year, and you know, here's to 2023, and you know, fuck, I'm excited for it.
Tell us, Specimen, what was your favorite event from this last year? Oh, I probably put him on the spot.
Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah, I was literally like, oh well, fuck, let me think, but I was off mic, so fuck, let me think. So honestly, for me, one of the greatest events was actually your birthday party that we threw. I had an absolute epic time there, and just seeing how great the community was, and just coming together to, you know, just celebrate one of our own kind of thing was just fucking epic. And as well as the event that we went to in Chicago, to kind of come face to face and kind of come up with some stuff. Alpha, I see your hand up, buddy.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I was just gonna share. I know Simple asked the same question. I poured a lot earlier in this space, but for like a memory that I do remember, the spatial Decentraland crossover at Dollhouse was epic for me. Like that was legendary for me. Like seeing, because I feel like I envisioned that, like communities doing that, like in the metaverse, that these worlds were crossing over, having parties together, streaming each other's experience in other worlds for those who couldn't make it. I feel like I thought that's what was happening before I got into the metaverse, you know, because I just had too much expectation of like how early we actually are. But once like I seen it actually possible and it happened at the Dollhouse, and like they pulled it off and it was epic, and I jumped into space, like both communities were jumping into each other's environment, and you could see it because like the new Spatians, we were welcoming them, and then we jumped into their world, they were welcoming us. Like that was a dope experience, and I hope we have more of those. And I did want to shout out Aaron Loop, and well, first I'll shout out Go Guy, shout out my guy, and I want to shout out Aaron Loop for this waifu-mon. This waifu-mon is lit. Thank you, my guy. I appreciate you, and I do want to appreciate you because you were part of my beginning experience in Decentraland as well. You like showed me that we could buy NFTs without having to fully use crypto, and I didn't think it was possible because I was like so like skeptical of everything still. And when I first bought your Waifu, I used PayPal, and that whole experience was dope. And you kind of were part of my onboarding experience too into Decentraland. I would say like watching, like I was part of that Waifu, collecting Waifumons, watching JTV on stream. I feel like that beginning experience, having that Waifu, collecting that, was one of the beginning like reasons of why I started collecting NFTs in the first place. So shout out to you, Aaron. Thank you, bro.
Bro, oh, go ahead, Brendan.
Waifumon was also like the first thing I saw in Decentraland. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And like, that's kind of cool, but like, it was one of those things like, that's fucking cool that like he's like building his own thing off of that. So I just want to let you know, like, you were one of the first like artists I saw in Decentraland as well, and then like that pulled me in.
I have to say, in my early days, I learned a lot within that Waifumon Discord. I mean, through all the like chaos, I do remember like learning about the DAO like in the Waifumon Discord. Of course, I like back then I never like even grasped the concept entirely until our trio sat down with me and was like, "No, bro, this is what it is." But like, yeah, that's like the first time I ever got exposure to that. I also recall like back then just being all like, you know, starstruck like at Bat Shatner being the Waifumon whale. Like just being like, Bat, I want to be like you one day.
You remember the hunt? It was like it wasn't you just got a Waifumon. Like people were trying to get the Waifumon fairy. Like we was minting these Waifumons to get that fairy.
Dude, oh my god. And I feel like, I mean, Waifumon has been very, very has been a very important part of like Decentraland overall. I feel like even like in the onboarding process, like back when we were in the bull run and like people, active users were like coming in, like I would be funneling them into like these communities that were active, such as like number one would be Waifumon, because mainly of like the barrier to entry, there was none. Like, you know, like you can get a free waifu and like, you know, go into the Discord and just start bullshitting, opposed to like other Discords that like you needed their like yeah, you can join and you'll be chilling in general chat, but no one will really take you seriously until you spend the ETH to get this picture. So like big ups to Aaron for like, you know, keeping that that open environment, that inviting environment to everyone. He's probably like in tears right now, like, oh my god, guys, you guys.
I remember when he gifted the baby dolls, our group Waifumon, and that was like nuts because we were just friends hanging out. Like we weren't really an established group at the time. I think we were maybe like hanging out a little bit more, but that waifu, like that just solidified that like we were this group of people. I don't know that all wore pink, but you captured us. Like you totally captured each one of us, like our glasses and our expression. So that was like a powerful moment, I think, in the baby dolls history too. Just like, I don't know, like you made us real. I think.
Aaron's back.
And he puts his hand up. That's so polite. You got the floor, Aaron. You don't have to ask.
Thank you so much. No, first off, man, those words mean the world. Yeah, Simple's right, man. I'd be crying like a little girl, man. You guys mean the world to me. And yeah, and I love that, to know that what we're doing is paying off, because, you know, it's just like, you know, just like I was just talking about Nikki a second ago about how I was like, you know, re-giving away this Waifumon, and I was like, dang. Like, I remember same thing with Nikki. Nikki was just like, had a couple followers was saying, hey, I have this podcast, and was asking me stuff about Decentraland, and just seeing like now, like, oh, Nikki's creating this game and like doing this and that, just so, and like all of you guys have come so far since those days. and it's just like I'm so happy to like just be a part of that, you know. So really appreciate you guys, and I've been blessed because you know just making I've been blessed to just fall into this making fan art because you know I'm a huge fans of you all, and that's why I like creating them, just because even just what Kness was saying about the baby dolls, you know, it was just like such a huge fan of what was going on, because it was like kind of like what MetaZoo was doing, where it was another venue of consistent parties, and it was a lot of fun, and it was kind of like to me, like I see Decentraland is like CBGB or Sunset Strip, like a punk rock underground. Like we're like at this area now where we're like kind of like a bunch of like you know, like soon to be OG legends are kind of you know finding our sounds and finding our voices and finding our paths, and just like being a part of this time is just, it's so remarkable, and I'm just so blessed because I continue to see all of you guys grow so much from those early days of, like you said, me standing in the little world. I see Simple doing it now too, just like giving out free NFTs, and everybody's like what the fuck, this wife from on, this is cringe as hell, this is dumb as shit, and I'm like, hell yeah it is, you want more? And then they're like, all right, cool. And then they just become like fans, and then just kind of like understand, like, you know, let's not like take all this serious, you know, like let's have fun with this, you know, like it's like there's no point of like trying too hard and just trying to like say like what Simple is saying, you know, oh, you know, you have to pay like $200 before you can even speak, you know. It's just like, come on, bro. And that's why I'm just like happy to hear all this stuff, because I think that's what's going to be like the long term, that's really not only going to be but what the long term space needs is, you know, it's like, okay, these outsiders, I still, you know, getting the random people with the hate through the YouTube and stuff as well. And even, you know, I don't want to get too much into it, but even one of my DAO proposals recently has been attacked by somebody creating 80 plus bots to vote no with 0 VP. And I'm just like, bro, like whoever you are, like I'm down for you to hit me up and we can like work on your, you know, drive, and maybe we can work together on something you could do that's productive. Because it's like I respect the amount of time and effort you put into hating us, you know, me and us as a community. And some other haters too have, luckily, like I said, Topic is open about it, but he's a good guy, you know, he's come along and he's changed. But it's just like if we joke about ourselves and we continue to grow with it, then I think people will be like, oh, okay, this is not a huge, what, you know, outsiders say, scam, you know, oh, this is a scam, you know, it's a JPEG. It's like, oh, this is a technology, you know, oh, it doesn't cost $200 or $100,000 to buy in. You know, I could sell things on what Alpha was saying on PayPal. You know, I can spend $9 or I can get them for free. And luckily, I'm honestly, guys, to sum all this up, because I'm going on a rant of just emotions, because obviously I love you all. But to sum it all up, like, that's why I'm really excited about what we're doing. I'm doing with, I want to thank you guys for approving the Waikumon Gen 2 linking in Decentraland. I know a lot of people don't understand it, and I get DMs a lot about it. But basically, to sum it up, guys, this is going to be the future of NFTs and Web3 space. And we're like literally making history right now. Because basically, the founder of Ethereum, he created it. You can Google this. Vitalik, he was playing World of Warcraft, and he hated how they changed in-game a weapon that he spent months on trying to earn and get, and he finally bought it, and they changed it. And he realized we don't have the power in this game. The game has the power, and that's why he created Ethereum, and that's why we have NFTs. And see, the whole long-term pitch of NFTs is you buy this, you get it for free, you own it forever. And you can sell it and trade it, and you own it. No one can change it. And that's what I think linking is going to prove. It's like, here's your Waikumon with Waikumon Gen 2. It's like, here's your Waikumon, and you can play Decentraland, and it follows you around in Decentraland as a little fairy pet. You play Sandbox, it follows you around as a little fairy pet. You play Other Side, it follows you around as a little fairy pet. You play League of Legends, you play Fortnite, you play anything in the future. This is it. You own this. And that's going to be the future of NFTs, honestly, my opinion. And I think it'll prove to people like, oh, if I buy a League of Legends skin, I don't own it. But now it's like, not only do I own it on League of Legends, but I own it on different games. And I think I'm really excited about this. And obviously with it, like, I take you guys' word serious. And that's why with Waikumon Gen 2, I'm going to have it where people can redeem them for free based upon, one, the old Waifumons that they bought, right? And the Castle Crew and the Metacruzas they bought. So it's like the equivalent you'll get for free. But two, the people that have been collecting and giving out the Waifumons, you know, for that's like, oh, it's like X amount of free Waifumons will equal Waifumon Gen 2. So that way we have zero barrier of entry. Like, yeah, you can buy some, but it's like, I want everyone to have a shot so people can see and experience this technology. Because, yeah, man, I'm really excited for everybody continuing to kill it, and I look forward to the future, guys. This is sick, dude. I'm really stoked. I'm gonna stop now.
Hey, Aaron. Just to backtrack a little bit on something you had mentioned in the front at the beginning, with like what you said about the haters, and I have to tell you that you are like one of the best at kind of like addressing the hate in like kind of like a comedic way. Like I to this day I still like laugh at the Wolverine meme template that you made of him like laying in a bed reminiscent towards like a picture, and the picture has like a couple tweets from some dude being like, stop sending me these fucking waifu JPEGs. And if I'm not mistaken, you guys kind of like made up through that experience. Am I right?
Yeah, bro, that is so funny that you bring that up. Yeah, so long story short, this guy, he's wild. I don't know what he does for a living, but he spent $900,000 on one waifu NFT, and so I was sending him some free waifus, and he was just getting upset because he's one of these like a bit. I mean, I think he's cool now, but back then everybody was a Polygon hater because they're like prestigious. They're like, oh, if it's not an Ethereum, NFT, it's not real. And so I was just, as a joke, because I knew he didn't like it, I kept sending him more just because I wanted to thank for what he did for the community. And he went off on me on Twitter. He's like, fuck you, thank for sending me this shit. He's like, obviously he didn't censor it or anything. Like, he went all out. And I posted it on a meme of just me as Wolverine looking at the picture and liking what he wrote to me. And he was cool. He was legit. He said, all right, this is funny. My bad, I sorry I got heated, and like now, yeah, we are friends now, and I continue to I hit each other up, him for feedback and stuff from time to time. And really, guys, I don't know, everybody's doing their own thing, but just that's my advice when people try to hate. You just got to show love back. That's all you can do. And if they still hate, then fuck them. It's not worth your time. So if you show them love back, and then they transfer over, it's understandable. If this is new, what we're doing, people were legit like riding horses, like, what the fuck? Why are you getting behind this metal box and you're driving on these circular wheels? You look like a fucking idiot, And it's like, here we are. So, and if they're still riding horses, fuck them.
Sometimes I wonder what humanity would be like without the invention of the wheel. If like it'd be like just like square blocks, and the poor horse would be like trying to push it for dear life. They'd probably need more horses, more horsepower. Anyway. Totally. And also, I guess this could be a very good topic to even cover. I mean, I don't have all the answers on this topic, and I personally would like to even get more educated on it. So I'll just bring it up. Maybe someone in the crowd knows a little more than the next Mew. But like the purpose of linked wearables, like in the DAO, like I've seen many linked wearable proposals that would have been amazing for Decentraland, but then you look at the voting and it gets like 4 million no votes, and you're like, why the fuck? Like one that I can think off the top of my head is the Stickmen project. If I'm not mistaken, Stickmen, it has like partnerships with freaking Warner Brothers. They're doing stuff for like the music NFT community, and we fucking no voted that shit. Like, are we stupid? No, I'm sorry, that was mean. but like, I guess to get back to the part, like, if anyone knows, like, that's listening, what is the main purpose? What is the vision behind linked wearables? Perhaps maybe like if we can like maybe get I don't even know if this would be the best opinion, like get the opinion of like different groups such as like the DAO committee and the foundation on what their thoughts are on like what linked wearables should be, and perhaps create our guideline or thoughts upon that. What do you think, Alpha?
I mean, I really think, like, Aaron was saying, linked wearables is a game changer. We're making history. I think we should look at it as welcoming communities. This linked wearable should be an onboarding tool. The only thing I'm against is when someone proposes for a linked wearable for one item. Like, get out of here. I'm not saying yes to that. There's creators who've done that one item 33 times, 50 plus times. You're not like, just go pay the fee, grind it out, or just wait. Just wait like a lot of people have to. There's a lot of artists who are holding their 3D assets that are dope assets, but they just don't have enough publishing fee. Do we need linked wearables for every... I did hear something, correct me if I'm wrong, someone said that the DAO's actually paying the cost for these wearables to be on the marketplace if it's a linked wearable or something like that. That, I don't know much about that, but we also have to feel like take that into consideration when welcoming, like, I guess, all these projects, but I don't know much about that. I really think we should open it up and take as many projects as we can. When Bored Ape Yacht Club comes in here, instead of them having to like mint their own wearable, they get their NFT, and it's like the exact feature. Like, I think that's how we should look at it as, is like welcoming these NFT communities, like these NFT projects.
You know what I struggle with sometimes is seeing linked wearables that is just, it's like one NFT, it's like one wearable that it's going to be brought in here. Like, I think Takis was one, and I don't know, I just felt like that seems to me like a traditional wearable submission. Like, if it's like Hillshire Farms, they made a sausage belt, so yeah. Anyway, I don't know how we got on that, but like, they went that traditional route, and so why would they go that route instead of linked wearables? Because yeah, I don't know. So maybe there's an NFT for that Takis that I'm not aware of, like, that exists out there, because I would see that as a benefit, that for ease of use of like getting the linked wearables to everybody, because it's tied to the original NFT. Like the Dolce & Gabbana, I had to buy the NFT on OpenSea, and then I get the linked wearable in Decentraland. But if I can't buy and sell the wearable, I have to buy and sell the NFT. So it is a little bit different. It's you know, to me, it's more, I don't like that as much as just buying and selling wearables. So I guess like when I'm trying to look at a project, I want to see that it's a little bit bigger than just like something like a Takis t-shirt that should have just gone through like the original, you know, submission. And they do get around paying the submission fee to the DAO, which if you're going to print, you know, if you're going to make like 5,000 wearables, well, that's a lot of submission fees to the DAO. However, if that brings in 5,000 users, that's, I don't know, that's money well spent. So I think we do have to vote yes on these guys. Like, it's 4 million VP, and that's a lot. Like, there's one right now, the Fancy Bears. I can't tell if this rendering that they have right here is the actual wearable that it's going to be in world. But let's say that let's see, how many are there? 200 items to upload. Like, I mean, if we did that, let's say we got a few people to stick and stay around in Decentraland and come to our parties and buy ice wearables and go play our games. I mean, I don't know, that's worth it to me. Like, we need to get people in here. So I don't know why we wouldn't. I kind of want to know that too. And let's see, Aaron and Specimen, I'm not sure who. Oh, Peanut Butter, come on up. I don't know who had their hand up first, so I guess Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% basically both what you guys are saying too. I think that obviously, like, yeah, if you're just submitting a couple wearables and you just are trying to use the system to like avoid paying the fee, then it's obviously you're, you know, kind of abusing the system. I think, you know, maybe let's say like, oh, you have like this NFT that's like really, you know, you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars or something, and you want a link to show it off or something. Maybe there's something there, but as of now, I have never seen a proposal like that. Everything has been smaller wise, has been trying to just avoid the fee. So I get why voting no on that, but I do also agree what you guys are saying on the bigger collections. I think it's we should be more encouraging on that, because, you know, let's just to kind of give you guys an example. Like for Waifumon, like I spent a lot of money and time giving out Waifumon, like a ton, and it does cost me money. But I do it obviously, one, to be the herpes of the metaverse, just to give it to everybody, but two, also because it's a form of marketing to get new users in, and for them to become customers and then players and engagers, and then to buy. So I understand that there's a cost, and with linked wearables, yes, there is a cost. For that don't know, it's basically, long story short, it's kind of like Wifemon, where you have to pay someone to approve a certain amount, so that way they get it. They're like, okay, someone from the creation team has to get paid to view. I can't remember the exact stats, and I think Peanut Butter is here and he had his hand raised, so he might be able to give us the exact logistics. But someone does get paid a certain amount to kind of, I think, view like 5% or a percent of them, just to kind of see that they fit the polygon count. And then that way, and it also does have a cost on everything, costs, in terms of megabytes on a server. So there are costs. It's obviously not 150 times the amount. That's because that's like I said, that's like charging full price to yourself, and when you're the seller, so that's not really the price. But I think in terms of marketing, it's the best way. It's the most effective way, because of what Kines was saying is true. It's like, okay, if this project has 10,000 NFT owners, or this project has a 5,000 or 20,000 or whatever, they have a lot of owners and they're engagers, and we want to have them in the space. This is the most cost-effective way I see, bringing people into Decentraland. So yeah, I'm excited about it, and I know that a lot of people, I think, are also voting no on them too, because they're confused. They don't know what it is, and they think that it's like something else. Or again, like I've literally had a lot of conversations with people on linked wearables, even some people that I'm surprised know a lot about the space. They still don't understand it. But so yeah, long story short, it's linking your NFT. Like I said, if you have a Bored Ape, and instead of what I think Alpha was saying, instead of charging all the Bored Ape owners, 150 each to get them in the game, it's like, hey, your Bored Ape is already linked, so you can log into Decentraland and you have either a helmet of the ape or the outfit or whatever. So yeah, to me, it's the future. I already went on a long rant on why I think it's the future, and I'm excited that I just want to thank you all for voting on it and getting it passed, because it's hard. It's really hard. It's literally my third attempt on trying to get Wifemon, and obviously you guys know everyone knows you already, so it's like, and it's hard for me to get people to vote on things, even on this, because 4 million GP is a huge request. Especially, it's like a catch-22. It's like, oh, these linked wearables are going to bring people into Decentraland, and also you must have a lot of VP behind you to get you in. It's like, wait, hold on, these people don't have VP. The whole point of it is to get people that are non-Decentraland into the game. So it's tough, and obviously we're working through speed bumps on it, but I don't mind putting in the work. Like I said, this is my third time pitching this, and I don't mind taking all the heat and the scrutiny, because if it paves the way for future collections, like I said, if people I would be, even though I wouldn't benefit from this, I would be 1,000% blessed if the Bored Apes were like, hey, check it out, these Wifemons are linked in Decentraland and Sandbox, and they're about to be linked in the other side. Let's reach out to Decentraland. Let's do the same thing. That would be huge. So I'm down. Whatever it takes, we can do it. But yeah, I agree with Kines. Let's try to be more encouraging on getting new people in the space and trying to see if they're legit and we can vote on their stuff.
Another step that can be taken is whenever you do see a linked wearable proposal brought up, try to contact them. Try to get in contact with the actual community leads, and see what can be done together. Sorry, Specimen, I have seen your hand up, but I think Peanut Butter may have come up to speak on the linked wearables, so I'm gonna pass it to him and then you. Unless I'm wrong. Peanut Butter?
No, sorry. You can go ahead.
All right, Specimen, it's all you.
I was just going to say that, Canessa, that's brilliant. And I 100% agree that we should try to be better about looking at these as an opportunity for the community. And I'm going to suggest that we potentially reach out to previous requests, like you were just saying, reach out to these community leads, whoever does their PR, whatever it is, but not only the ones that are active, but ones that have gotten shot down potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, I want to ask myself, what am I gatekeeping? Like, by a no vote, what am I protecting? And if it's the DAO paying like submission fees, wearable fees for this many linked wearables, that just seems like a waste. Like, if we could bring in new users, then why are we gatekeeping it? Because really, like, the real danger to the DAO isn't paying submission fees on linked wearables. It's big proposals coming in that aren't, making good on whatever. It's those are like the big fish, but for some reason it's these little linked wearables that are just getting fucking poached in the water. And also, like, beyond that, let's say that, like, in my I don't know, in my head, I'm like, okay, what would I feel like if I was in their shoes? And I'm stoked. I got my NFT project. I think it's awesome. Maybe I have a modest following, or maybe it's bigger. And I go to this new metaverse, Decentraland, and I put in my linked wearable submission, and I get blasted out of the water with no votes, with people not explaining. I'm gonna be like, fuck you, dicks. Like, fuck this place. Decentraland's mean. I'm out of here. And then I would take my little NFT and cry and leave, and it would be so sad. Hopefully they have like thicker skin than me. But really, like, this is the introduction to Decentraland for a lot of these projects. And so lately I've tried to like leave comments, leave feedback. Like, I might vote no, but then I'm going to be like, hey, you know what? This is a hard thing to accomplish. Very few NFT projects actually are able to get this. If this wave fails, here's another route. You can, and I tell them how to pay the submission fee and things like that. So that at least there's like a human interaction, that it's not just like, nope, we just blew you out of the water, but we're not going to tell you why, we don't like it, and welcome to fucking Decentraland. Like, I don't think that's what we want to do. So even if we voted yes, and I'm not telling anybody how to vote, but like, let's say we voted yes and got them to 1 million votes and left some feedback for them, at least they might be like, hey, okay, cool, well, I got some contacts, I'm gonna reach out to these people that said they can help me with this next part of the process. I don't know, I just feel like we are the hosts and the hostesses of Decentraland. So while I may not like, seeing like brand new users with unminted names come and try to take, grab something from the DAO, they might not know any better. It might be like, yeah, this is what I was told by my business partner to go do. So I don't know. I think it's the first time we're meeting them. It's like speed dating. Let's set a good impression maybe. And I don't know, if we're going to blast no, at least let's be nice about the no. If that makes sense.
I will also add that, like, you just shared the perspective from like a new community trying to come into Decentraland, but how about sharing talking about a community that had already been on Decentraland like for a long time, building and creating parties and experiences, Shibby Labs. When they I have heard some stuff like kind of pointing towards like the reason why they have stepped away from Decentraland is because their linked wearable proposal got fucked. So like
we reach out.
I think that people
Chibi
should be a
Labs?
bit careful about considering like jumping too quick with linked wearables, because it's essentially the same thing as communities or people that come in and ask for grants then fail to deliver. Because think of, okay, so the rate of linked wearables that need to get curated is 1% of a project. So imagine you have 10 like different projects that are like a 10,000 mint project like Bored Apes or whatever, for example. If there's 10 of those that all want to get passed, each one of them is going to cost each curation of 1% of 10,000 is 100 items times $50 per item. To curate them is $5,000 per collection. So to quickly pass through, a handful of those is absorbing a lot of money from the DAO. Like, it might not think, oh, 5,000 here, 5,000 here. obviously each one of those is a lot of money just going to a single curator to curate, but it adds up quickly. And there's no going back and revoking it like you could do if somebody like grants come in and ask for, you know, $60,000 or $120,000, and if they fail to deliver, if they're not adding value, you could reevaluate and potentially revoke the grant. That's not the same with linked wearables. As soon as it gets passed and they start curating, that money's gone. And if they fail to, you know, add any value from their community to Decentraland, if we're just, you know, everybody has linked wearables and then everybody's just getting paid to curate, like it potentially just a, you know, a money drain. So I think that it is good to be careful about the communities and who is receiving linked wearables.
That right there is just such a good piece of information to have, PB. Like, and I think that's where, like, we always ask for transparency, but like just communication with us, with the community, of like, we might not know what questions to ask. Like, I didn't know that once the cat's out of the bag, you can't get it back. Like, if these are approved, you can't you can't go back and make sure they're accountable. That's pretty huge. So thank you.
Yeah, very, very important thing to bring up. So what I'm hearing here is that there needs to be a change in the linked wearable process.
Actually, there was To the Moon, I saw, to give him, you know, a little bit of credit, had like a good proposal or something. I don't remember where I saw he brought it up or submitted it or whatever. But to have an option where you know, projects could pay the submission fee. So even if they wanted to have a linked wearable, so they could still add the utility to their existing NFTs, they could have an option to pay the submission fees. So that way it isn't taking from the DAO, and it would be more likely for the community to vote yes on it, which I thought was pretty interesting.
You're right. It is pretty interesting. Something to look at, and who knows, maybe even like work off of, or yeah. What do you think, Alpha?
I agree. That'd be pretty cool if we could make some, like, I don't know, like packages for like linked wearables where they, I don't know, pay 50% of, I don't know, because making them pay for each for a 10K project, I don't know if that's doable. But I did wanted just to like, I agreed with everything except for the part like you can revoke a grant and they can no longer use the existing funds that they haven't touched, but you can't ask them to spit back what they already took. So in a way that
totally. But I mean, like, say the grant is 50% of the way done, and say it's a $60,000 grant, there's still, you could, you know, revoke potentially $30,000 comparatively to a bunch of linked wearables that are approved. That, you know, those projects might just be, you know, how many NFT projects are rugs? So how many of projects without doing any research or any commitment from their community to the Decentraland community do we want to approve without you know, any kind of connection or research or, you know, whatever.
So maybe there could even be like an etiquette process where these NFT projects could kind of introduce themselves to us, and we'll determine like, oh, if they're like by how long or how active they are with us. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like, I feel like we don't have a lot of Bored Ape members, but I would love if we linked their NFTs. I mean, maybe that could incentivize them the same way Decentral Games has been doing. Decentral Games has been like airdropping certain NFTs to certain communities, trying to like get them to play their game. And I feel like we should be taking a similar approach. You know, yeah, you're right. I don't think we should be, click yes on every single one. But I think we should definitely use this linked wearables as a great onboarding tool and look at the fees as paying for our leads.
Hey PB, would this idea kind of make any sense? Let's say a project submits a linked wearable proposal, and like, let's say it gets passed. Upon getting passed, would it be like kind of an idea to ask for the 1% of the curation fees upon that? Just a thought.
What do you mean by 1% of the curation fees?
Because you just said that a project needs to be whenever a linked wearable project gets approved, 1% of it gets curated, correct, or like gets looked over by the curation committee.
Yeah, 1% of the items. So yeah, like if it was 10,000 items, it would be 100 of them would have to be evaluated.
Okay, so from that point, why not ask for, because like this is like stuff I've heard in the past, it's probably changed already, that curators received like 50 mana for every curation they did, or whatever it was. So like, why not, when like if the linked wearable proposal gets approved, then kind of like it's like step 2, give us curation fee for 100 items instead of having to pay
essentially
the
that was what
10K.
I was saying with like what To the Moon brought up or whatever was kind of his similar ideas to have you know, a route where you could do that and just, you know, sign and just like pay the submission fees for that percentage of items or whatever, or have an option where you could ask the DAO for funding if like you feel like the community would vote for that. Maybe it could be 2 different layers of like VP or something like that too. I don't know.
Yeah, we're just spitballing here, you know, sharing ideas. So I don't mean to fanboy over here, but I see Latch in the crowd. What's up, brother? How you been? How you been? So nice to see you today. And I'll pass it over to Aaron.
Yeah, just wanted to kind of what you were saying, Simple, and kind of a little bit what Peanut Butter was saying. I think there is a solution, kind of like what To the Moon was pitching, where, and not only do I think it's a solution, but I think it also might be a huge a new revenue source for the DAO, where it's like, okay, you know, obviously I pitched mine 3 times, everyone knows me, so I guess it passed. Or they said they wanted to bring it in, you know, obviously, you know, we would hopefully get everyone we can to get vote for it and pass. But if it was like a new NFT collection, you know, and they had some users and we wanted to bring them in the space, but we couldn't, like you said, Peanut Butter said, you know, what if they just come through and then they bail, or, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know. I think maybe it would be a really good, like, and I hate to use this because I use it all the time, people get annoyed, but like a Costco type option, you know, where it's like you buy in bulk, you know, it's like if you want to submit 10,000 to 20,000 linked wearables, you know, instead of charging, you know, 150 each, we, you know, charge them X amount that will beyond cover the 1% curation costs, you know, and give the DAO some money. And then it's like, you know, that's the thing. That's my long-term goal. You know, I want to prove the concept of Life Launch. I want to get it linked to Decentraland, which I already did. Then I want to link it in Sandbox, other side, and all that. And I want everyone to be like, all right, damn, I want to be like Life Launch, you know, and I want to, and then Bored Ape did it too. I want to, you know, I want my NFT collection to be successful. So it's worth my time to invest thousands of dollars or hundreds of dollars or whatever it's going to cost to get my NFTs linked into Decentraland. So it's a win for everybody. You know, it's like if you got the following, you bring it in, the people want to vote you in, boom, the Decentraland DAO will more than be happy to pay for the cost because, you know, we understand, you know, the promotion that it brings and the community brings. Or if you're new and we're kind of sus on you guys, but we want to give you guys the opportunity. You know, we provide the service for everybody that we don't even know. They can just submit a wearable. You know, we don't know if they're going to be good or bad, but, you know, it's the cost of service and it brings revenue for the DAO. So maybe long term, I think that would be the future. And so hopefully either To the Moon maybe might pass, or somebody else's ideas like You're Simple, or we create some kind of thing where we don't, you know, continue to make borders of entry. You know, we don't want to be gatekeepers. We want to be cool, but we don't want to be like, oh, you can't sit with us. You know, we want to be like, you know, come through with your community or come through with your cash. You know, either or. So hopefully maybe that will be the future. I mean, it's kind of something I pitched a while ago on the proposal when I was trying to link all the top NFT collections as linked wearables. I worked hard campaigning on that. I wanted to try to do it with Bored Ape Yacht Club, Doodles, you know, Cool Cats and all that. A lot of people voted yes on it, but a lot of people voted invalid. They didn't. Two things. One, a lot of people didn't understand what I was saying. Like even you, Sinful, I think I was pitched at one of your spaces, and you're like, "This is dope, bro," but I don't get it. And I was like, "It's all good." But I think people are starting to learn now a little bit more what linked wearables are. And I think even though, you know, I didn't get that passed, I mean, I did get the wife and one thing passed, so hopefully I'll at least try on my end to get that proof of concept proven. Because yeah, I think there's a solution for everybody. If Peanut Butter's right, We want to make sure that, we don't just, give out free stuff to random communities. That way we don't get, burned. But, we want to give them the option to pay. And hopefully that solution will be a win-win. We'll raise money for the DAO too. So fingers crossed. And I'm down to vote on any proposal you guys want. You think that will create a solution to get to charge people too as well. If you guys think that's the solution, just let me know.
Thank you, Aaron. I think it would also be, I would like to know how a lot of these brands are finding out about linked wearables, because it feels to me like there's some communication behind the scenes. There's, probably one of the people at the foundation, that's their job. They're reaching out to these different places. So I feel like there's an education point there as well. That maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. Or maybe there's like a classifieds paper for like linked wearables out in the world. Yeah, I'd love to know that too. And welcome the Grill Sergeant from Crypto Daddies NFT. You've got a new wearable out, don't you?
Yeah. SRJH there in the crowd actually got it done for us. Did a really nice job with it, and appreciate the work. And you all, just putting it out there. I'm a Decentraland noob. I've been in Decentraland, but not frequently, so I'm familiar with it. But anything dumb that I ask, just because I'm coming from a place of being a total noob. So I'm hearing you talked about linked wearables, and I actually had to message or tray you and be like, what the fuck is a linked wearable? And so I get it now, got the concept. One of the things that's a little different about our project, we just rolled out trait changes though, where traits can actually get changed on the blockchain. And I'm wondering, is that something that could actually work, or are you pretty much your wearable is whatever it is at the time that it was done, or do you think that it could adapt with trait changes as well?
Wearables can be changed once they're submitted. Like sometimes, some designs have been drastically changed. Some have been, just moderately modified if some clipping issue makes it through curation. So I'm not, I don't know. Alpha, you've got your hand up. Do you know more about it than I do? And Alpha, while you're chilling,
whenever you have like an item that's like, say you already have an item that's approved, like you could go change it to like a different item, or like change the name of it even, and then resubmit it for reapproval, and then like somebody from the wearable committee would just need to like look it back over and approve the changes.
Got it. So, I know the cost to get just the wearable that we did. How does the cost to do a linked wearable? How is that comparatively?
So the linked wearable. Oh, go ahead, Peanut Butter. I was waiting for you to answer. You're going to definitely answer this.
Sorry, I was trying to toggle some settings on my phone, so I was like tabbing in and out. But essentially, linked wearables are free right now to the person who submits it, but you have to do it as like a DAO proposal. Then you have to get 4 million votes through the DAO. So if you're just submitting one item, it's not super likely to rally up 4 million votes, although, it might be possible. So there's, easier ways to just go through the curation committee. And then if you have a bigger collection, sometimes it's easier to go through with linked wearables, depending on what you're trying to do. But the linked wearables is mainly if you're trying to add utility to like an existing NFT. Say you have like an NFT collection or something else, you could add you link it basically. So the NFT that you have, we all keep using Bored Apes as an example, so I'll continue. If you have a Bored Ape, whenever you enter Decentraland and you go to the link wearables tab, whatever that it's linked with will show as that wearable in that tab. So you could have a t-shirt or whatever just by holding, whatever the other NFT is.
So I'm going to switch subjects because this seems like the crowd to ask this type of question too. So I apologize for getting off the wearable topic, but looking to do some sort of event for our Crypto Dads fam. And so two-part question. One is what could we do that would make it special, or something that it would be entertaining more so than just a bunch of people standing around in their Crypto Dads wearable. And and what can we do that would make someone want to return back to Decentraland? And we already have like our Treyu's Land and Chainlink Baby already built a really cool Crypto Dads building in the shape of a giant keg. But what more can we do besides that?
So my name's Brandon. Nice to meet you. One of the things that brings me back every week and is pretty like useful is music. If you can find, you're already talking to a Treyu. He's a fucking DJ. He's a dope DJ too. If you can get just music like live stream on your parcel, that usually does like a really good outcome for things. Another thing I've noticed is like movie nights. If you want to do like holder movie nights, you can get access to, if you can get access to like movies and stream them on parcel. Have your boys be like, yo, if you guys want to come watch a movie with us on parcel, we'll come out. If you have a skin, we'll give you a free PO-op or whatever. PO-ops are a huge thing that communities do to like, yo, if you show up to this thing, we'll give you a PO-op. That's kind of died down, but I have seen PO-ops that have utility. So like, if you hold this PO-op, you get like a t-shirt or whatever. It's just all about mainly, what would you do if you wanted to come into Decentraland? You wanted to just like, I was in the same boat. Like, all right, cool. I'm just standing here doing nothing. What now? All right, there's a parkour thing over here. Okay, there's a screen right here. There's some people over here talking about something. You know, if you have things that your community's into, like I keep bringing this up, but there's a few smokers in our community. If you have just like a weekly smoke session, Decentraland, music sesh, anything, like it's kind of an open sandbox, and you have the right people here that you need to talk to. So what do you think you want to do?
So I'd already considered the music, because I mean, pretty much anybody can connect with music. But yeah, I'm wondering. Of course, we'll all probably be drinking beer. Maybe a few smokers, don't know. But either way, it just, how do you? I think something, and this is just an outsider's view of Decentraland that's used it a few times. Something more interactive. The music, the entertainment, that part is great. It does give you a little bit more of a feel of being in the room with a person. So I'm with you on that. But something, I don't know. Like somebody thought of the idea of like a beer pong game in there, but I don't know how easy that would be to create.
I'll give a little spiel and then I'll pass it off. You have to know a little bit of SDK, and that's like coding and programming and stuff. And there are a lot of people in the community that know that stuff. But yeah, I'll pass it on to someone that can elaborate more.
From what I've heard, a beer pong table will cost around 1,500 USD, and if you wanted a leaderboard or some shit, it'll cost more. So yeah, that's at least with beer pong. I know this doesn't add to the experience, but like in a way to kind of, I would suggest to like kind of keep your community engaged, as well as like everyone else. I would look into the Crypto Dads community, seek the talent out, look for artists, look for maybe someone that does something cool that can like put a camera in front of themselves and do it. Whether if it's pot cultivating like we saw earlier, or building a deck, whatever the fuck, like like anyone that wants to like make a show and create something, that would be kind of like a really cool way because to have the continuous engagement from your community, because like it gives you the sense like, hey, I know this guy and he has a weekly show on this parcel, and he's a Crypto Dad holder, so gotta support.
Oh, can I just jump in there real quick and say, like, Grill Master or Grill Sergeant, look what you're wearing. You're a griller, dude. Can you do like a 5-minute cooking demonstration on how to make like the best steaks or something and live stream that to your dads? I mean, yeah, like
beer pairing.
Yeah, beer pairing.
We only drink Hodl Lager at the Crypto Dads. It pairs well with everything.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'll pass it over to Scott and then Aaron.
Thank you, Sinful. Hi, Girl Daddy. It's me, Odd Job. I want to just give you, I don't know what it would be called, an axiom, or maxim. That's what it is, maxim. My friend Tang Poco likes to say the metaverse is better with friends. So, join me in Decentraland. Anything you can do that involves, two people working together. I created an event back in, was it March, April? And it was a treasure hunt. And instead of each person, going alone and trying to find things, there were 10 different parcels, and they were paired up. So there were pairs of people, and they needed to work together. And the only way they could advance is if they posted a picture of the two of them on Twitter with a hashtag. So the added benefit of that is that it created a shared experience that those two people were able to bond over together. Just to piggyback or hitchhike off of what Sinful and Canessa both were saying, it's like, I'm sure there's people that have expertise in your community. From Paris, France. His name is Buffalo. He does futuristic Western music. I'm from Prairie Village, Kansas, and I grew up going to dances. So I teach a two-step line dance during some of his sets, usually on the 15th of every month. We've done 2 of them so far. So yeah, it's being consistent, having something that your community is interested in, and something that they can do together to create that shared experience, and just have it take on a unique, just something that it makes it unique and special for being in the metaverse.
To add on to what Oddjob was saying, because there's some really cool things that he pitched that you guys can do. But just in case you guys are interested, we built over 20 different parkour style courses, and you can use any of them for free if you want. You can check them out. That maybe might engage them. The only problem is though is that they're all themed differently. One's like a Aztec forest, another one's like candy and this and that. But you guys could probably if you're trying to save money, you guys could probably just try to reskin one of them yourselves to make it more relevant to your theme. I can't remember what the movie was called, but it had Christina Applegate and the Andy from The Office. They were on some type of road trip, and Christina Applegate got really they built this in real life course for obstacle course, and she got really drunk and tried to do it, and it was, the whole point of it was funny because she was puking and couldn't get it done. So maybe if you can afford the beer pong thing, maybe you can take one of these parkour courses, just reskin it to make it more kind of just fun related to your guys' theme. And then you can do it where every time somebody completes the course, they can have a drink, and then you can time yourselves, and maybe the record will be not best time completed, but the most best time completed with the most drinks drinking or something like that. So just an offer, just in case if it helps. Like I said, I could send you the community wallet that we have. We built the courses in, and if it helps, hell yeah. And if not, I look forward to your event, man.
Well, I appreciate the feedback from everyone, and I like some of the ideas. I especially like the idea about letting people shine their talents on there, and of course I'd cook the meanest steak that Decentraland will ever see. Even if Decentraland's around 250 years from now, they'll still talk about the grill sergeant's perfectly fucking seared steak back in 2023.
What I'm realizing is we need you here, man.
We need you here. You actually have your own beer. You weren't joking.
No, I wasn't joking. Yeah, we launched a beer. We just announced a whiskey partner that we're working with for a whiskey this year. And yeah, I mean, we're doing a lot of cool things. And for most of you probably don't know this, but Crypto Dads actually changed ownership a couple of months ago. And so myself and my business partners took over Crypto Dads. It was struggling a little bit. And it's now being run by all day one holders of the project. And so yeah, the Decentraland skin was just kind of a fun thing because Art's a friend of mine going way back, and it was his great idea, and it was a Christmas present. But you know, now we're thinking about, all right, how do we make this a more fun event, or the best event that Decentraland's ever had?
So how about we have like the cheers emote with the beer. How about have like like rock paper scissors, but have like a drink off, like whoever can take the drink first. You do the 3, 2, 1 count off, and then you just pound the beer. Yeah, beer drinking always makes an event go better.
Grill, I just want to invite you to come back more. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you are a great fucking fit for our community. 1, to grow you and your empire, and 2, so we can be along for this cool fucking journey. Because I don't think you realize like what community you're diving into right now. There are like, okay, alcohol wise, they're Wisher Vodka. They're the first like metaverse spirit. They like started in the metaverse, and now they're in America, like shipping across the country. So that idea alone just aligns with your whole beer thing and whiskey as well. We can literally have a whole metaverse distillery, like a whole metaverse fucking like bodega that has actual you and Wisher and everyone. We can have these real things, and that's the next step toward this whole Ready Player One lifestyle that I think we all want. So I think you should come back more, come party, see what we're all about, and I deadass see you and your community thriving, because if you can use Decentraland like a Discord, that's all it is. If you can, it's just a cool little Discord you have, and you can have your own little parties and shit, like a steak offs. I see like a wall of like the best of steaks. Just I did a lot of cool shit for you guys, so I'm excited and I'm glad you're here.
I can see like the grill sergeant being on like a screen on his parcel, like just grilling and then pulling it out and like coming closer to the camera with the steak and be like, now that's a juicy steak.
While wearing my barbecue apron, but then I'll turn around and it turns out that I'm not wearing anything else other than the barbecue apron. So is our butt cheeks allowed in Decentraland, or will that get me banned?
No rules. We've had OnlyFans parcels.
Beautiful. Yeah, gonna have to flash those cheeks then for everyone. But
I will ask that you make the cheeks dumpy. We've had some male representations that do not have asses, so can you just add a little cheek in there? Thank you. Love you.
Oh yeah. We can get my wife on here right now. She'll let you know I got the cheeks.
A true king.
But yeah, no, in seriousness, I'm a big proponent and believer in other Web3 projects working together and helping each other out and lifting up each other's projects. And so, it would be cool if Decentraland, this was a good project to partner with. And I know a lot of the people that are involved here, and I know they're good people. So, let's see what happens with it.
Grill Sergeant, we tend to have kind of a lemming mentality here. So like once one person starts kind of like buying into an NFT project, and then maybe one other person does, before long, like the whole room will have that project. Like Scott over there with the Gossip Girl and the Holy Ones, and maybe some Snarky Sharks. And so, yeah, as soon as the wave starts, I don't know what the floor is for Crypto Dads on OpenSea, but yeah, come in, hang around, and we might all...
0.087.
What is it? 0.087?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, we we had some weird action yesterday where we went from up to like 0.13 and then straight back down. But I don't know, it was somebody like tax harvesting or something. But yeah, no, I didn't come here to shill crypto dads to y'all for sure. But if somebody does want that new skin, just send me a message and I'll hook anybody listening right now up with that new skin. And it is, if you are a dad or a mom, then it's a super dope skin. But even if you just have someone in your life that you appreciate as a dad, then I think you'll appreciate the skin.
Thank you, Grill. That's very kind of you. So yeah, everyone, if you want a Crypto Dad's wearable, just destroy his DMs, please.
Yeah, don't go telling 3,000 other people that aren't here about it, though. If you're here right now, go ahead and message me. I'll hook you up.
You'll at least have 38.
The PFPs are also all really cool. I'm looking through them. It's a really cool project. I like it.
Yeah, and well, so now I'm gonna fall into shilling a little bit here about the trait changes, but want to just giving you some history on Crypto Dads. The founder that like set the rarities of all the different traits, he acknowledged with me way back in the day that he screwed up and he made the traits way too rare, like hair. Simple traits in some cases, like hair, was way too rare, and so with the trait changes, we were trying to accomplish a few different things, and one of them was getting rid of, or at least starting to eliminate, the really basic bald dads that didn't have any like real redeeming attribute that you'd want as a PFP. And so we had artists start creating new traits that are all other than some basic ones, but for the most part they're like really badass that you'd love to have as your PFP. And so we started doing that through our stake token, but it also, it was kind of a way to add some additional value to our token and utility. And, it's a little more of like a fun, interactive, almost like you're all gamers. It's kind of like gaming where you're leveling up a character, gaining XP, except you're staking your NFT and you're earning stake token, STEAK. And then you can use that stake token to get new attributes and actually have some say in what your PFP looks like. But and I'll last shill, and I promise I won't shill anymore because this really wasn't my intent. But now you got me going here. If anybody buys a Crypto Dad or 2 Crypto Moms, you get to claim a trait for free. And we did that because we want to get them in circulation, and we don't want it to too heavily just reward long-term holders. We wanted a reason for people to come on board that aren't already a part of the community.
Thank you, Sergeant. And I'm just wondering, how come hair is so rare? Is it like because once you become a dad, you lose it because of the stress?
My hair is certainly thinner than it was 12 years ago when I was not a parent. So that's part of it. But no, it was really just Anthony, who's a younger guy that founded the project or co-founded it. And he's got the most amazing mane of hair you've ever seen in your life. He just fucked up the percentages, basically. There's nothing else really to it. He made hair, like all of the hairstyles are like less than a 1% trait. And I forget what percentage of the dads ended up bald, but it was a higher percentage than you would have hoped for.
Note to self, whenever purchasing Crypto Dad NFT, buy one with hair.
Right. Well, now you can just buy a bald one though, and immediately add a hair trait to it that is a super rare and like awesome hair trait. Or clothing or background, whatever. We've got all kind of stuff. We've got a bunch that we haven't released, and we've got artists working on new traits for moms too, because it's kind of a fun interactive deal. You can do more with your NFT than just look at it in your wallet every once in a while.
Not to mention the metaverse application of being able to wear a Crypto Dad's wearable on Decentraland. See, you're just adding utility as we go.
Yeah, gonna take over the space though right now. I've done more than enough talking, and I really appreciate y'all giving me the time and the stage for a little bit.
We love it, actually. I mean, it's an opportunity to get to know a new user, but it also like it makes our brains have to like work quick to be like, okay, how would we bring like a new project on board? So yeah, it's we're glad to have you here, glad to hear from you. I think a parkour course that's like a giant grill that you have to like jump over the stake, and maybe like there's like rotating hot dogs and you have to jump on those, but then if you fall in, you fall to the coals and like, you know, burn to your death. Like that might be something to think about too.
Yeah, build off your community. I would say that'd be your exponential growth right there. Even like just basic community grill competitions, anything, whatever you guys do, bring them over to Decentraland and we can easily implement it.
Yeah, we're here now. It's a matter of getting you guys here. Aaron?
Yeah, just wanted to say, actually, kind of, I mean, I know you're going to do whatever you're going to do, but Vanessa's idea, that's pretty sick, having the rotating hot dogs. There's just one, you know, again, you can check it out. I have 20 different parkour courses you can use for free. One of them has a rotating, like, these candies, and if you know how to reskin it, you could just, like, maybe get the color of the hot, you know, a hot dog and just reskin those candy canes as hot dogs that are rotating, and then you just get the steak and then just maybe put fire and charcoal at the bottom of the floor. You know, all you got to do is just get one image off online or just edit something, and maybe that'll be it. But I love that idea that Kness had. That's great.
Aaron, when waifu crypto dad, I want to see if you could. That would be a challenge.
Sounds gross.
Oh yeah. We got to make instead of Waifumon, it got to be Crypto Dadmon. But yeah, I'm down too. Bro, hit me up, man. Let me send me some stuff. We can have like, you know, we already have we can put like a beer gut on it if you think, and maybe we can have like you know, missing hair. What, but although you guys seem like to be pivoting away from missing hair, so whatever you want, man. Just let me know, bro, and I'm down.
Maybe something in between, like Homer Simpson hair.
1000% agree on that one. That's hilarious.
Yeah, we actually have a sick comb over that's coming for one of our next trades that's not out yet.
Already ahead of the game. All right, so checking in on time. Well, one, I would like to thank everyone that has been listening for so long. We have hit our 4-hour mark. Amazing conversations. Learned a lot today about linked wearables. Like, I had questions and they were answered. So, and maybe even possible solutions for the future process of linked wearables. Would like to invite anyone from the listeners that would like to come up and speak, ask any questions about Decentraland, wondering what the fuck a link wearable is. Like, just no question is too simple. So please just feel free. And again, remind everyone to like and retweet the room. Tell your friends we exist on Decentraland. I see Seed is coming up to speak. Welcome, Seed. How are you?
Hi guys, I
Sounds good. Sounds good.
This is awesome. This has got to be the best transition to a speaker we've ever had.
And yeah, just a few shout outs in the crowd. I see signing Mr. Swee, Jason X, freaking name whale. Let's see, we have old guy Oct27. Daybed is back. Welcome back, Daybed.
Hey guys, oh my god, I just want to say, you know, I don't know if I've met everybody individually, but I know I've met a lot of people out here in Decentraland, and I'm always there, kind of like living through Madamus, 'cause, you know, his computer's like an amazing thing. Mine can't handle anything. So I want to say like Decentraland and the communities that I've come in contact with, the places I've like explored and found just running around, has really saved my life in so many ways. Just going through a lot of like really weird health issues, not being able to go places. Decentraland gives me this like outlet to feel like human again, in ways I can't really quite put there's no real word. I don't even, there needs to be a new word for this, because it's beyond what I can describe. So I feel like it's just such a powerful thing to be able to kind of feel like you're in your skin and walking around, meeting people and being able to talk to people and listen to music or find, all kinds of things. I've been kind of quiet, and I know it's sometimes it's like really hard for me to get up on spaces and talk, but I just wanted to say thank you, like, to everybody that's been doing awesome things. You have no idea what type of impact you've played in my mental health overall, and just like the excitement of everything I've experienced. I'm so pumped about talking about it. Like we just had a play date, and a bunch of kids' parents came over, and all I talked about for like the last 4 hours was Decentraland, and they were like, "Oh my god, like what?" And I'm like trying to describe it, and they were like, "That's epic," because a lot of parents have a hard time going out. It's not exactly that easy. So there's just so many aspects, like the whole global potential of like just connecting with a human being that's on the other side of the planet, and the artists. It's like future, like it's like the future kind of a new world where we like almost like what New York City was in the 60s, that's the vibe that I get whenever I log in and start walking around. There's just something about it. I can't really quite explain it, but I am so grateful for everybody and for all of the beautiful spaces you guys build, and all the time and energy and everything that everyone has done to build and create that entire space is just so amazing. Like literally it makes me want to cry. Like I can't describe it. But I just want to say thank you. And I push myself to try to communicate. It's not my strongest attribute, I would say. Words are really hard for me. I'm more like a visual type of person, so I do oftentimes shy away from speaking in spaces, but I feel like I just really needed to remind you guys that I love you all and I really appreciate everything that is going on. It's a literal lifesaver, dude. And I never want it to end. I want to keep seeing it grow and grow and grow, and more people that I can get to come out and take the leap and check out this thing that is just life-changing for me. It's amazing. And I hope someday that, I can get like, I was just telling my uncle about it. I was like, yeah, we can meet up. It's kind of like where, he lives in another country, and I haven't seen any of my family. And I'm like, we can meet up. You could just meet me here. And they're like, what do you mean? So it's going to take, it takes a lot of energy to explain the process of getting there. But I'm trying to figure out a way to translate the Decentraland kind of like onboarding instructions that somebody made. That is really helpful. So I've been trying to figure that out so I can kind of like share it with people that I met on Twitter, and translate it. So if anyone ever wants to like tackle that or knows another language, and we can make many, many versions of it, and then, just give it to the people that we meet along the way, that would be awesome. And yeah, I really want to promote the space more. So like NFT NYC, I don't know if anyone is going to it, or just hanging out like for the after parties or something like that in real life. That would be super cool. I'd love to meet you guys in real life. That would be so epic. So yeah, keep that in mind. It's in April, I think. And I live pretty close to the like where it's happening, the Javits Center, etc. So I want a flyer. Like I want to give everybody QR codes to Decentraland and try to like find a way to just like go guerrilla marketing, like old school early 90s like rave style. And be like, yo, check this party out. It's actually online. So yeah, that was like one idea I had, was to like show up to like shows and just pass out QR codes to Decentraland and be like, no, this is virtual. You can check it out anytime you want. So that was like another thing that I kind of wanted to make happen. I don't know if you guys think that's crazy, or if people are probably going to make fun of me. I don't know, but I don't care. I feel like, if I could just connect with like a few people even to get them to come and experience it with me and meet other people that are already there, I think that would rock. And the more the merrier. So I'm super pumped. Thanks so much for letting me speak and creating this beautiful community. And I'm always excited to keep it going, keep it flowing. So yeah, thank you. Thank all of you.
Thank you, Seed, for coming up, and like for real, like thank you for stepping out of your comfort zone to come up and speak to us. Like we love hearing from you. So and in all honesty about your onboarding tip, like guerrilla market the shit out of Decentraland with like QR codes at raves, like that sounds like a legit idea. Like I feel like it's possible. Like one thing that has not been explored in the metaverse when it comes to like raves, and I've been thinking about this a lot, is like, light shows with like the gloves or the hula hoops or I think they're called poi balls. I think. Like maybe shows like that could be like something where we could have a show dedicated around it. They could bring on a DJ, and in the background they have like the dancer or the light show going on. So, and who knows, maybe some of us can like trip balls on the metaverse or pretend to. Canessa can make like a pop pills emote.
Oh, hell yeah. You just put a thought in my head. There's a electronic music festival in Seattle every year, and there's music, but there's also a whole different sub scene of just like the audio visual that goes into all of these experiences. And so some people go for the music, but some people are just there for like all the special effects that goes with it. So like, I don't know, Peanut Butter, are you listening? Like, tell the foundation to hook up with some like major audio visual artists of the world and some shit like that. Or I guess we just we got the talent to do it right here. So yeah,
we have Seed. Seed could provide some visuals. I'm looking at her art, and it's like amazing, very vibrant and and unique. I love it. Holy shit, that piece goes for $1 million. Anyway, so I mean, I know that we're like
comes with,
literally in a
like,
room full of DJs.
I have to put more details. I'm still like working on the part of. Did I just get rugged? Oh my god, I did.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm not sure. Am I talking over someone? But yeah, no. Like, I have been very involved in the electronic dance music scene for a long time, since like the early 90s. So it's been a major kind of like cornerstone to my development as an artist. Just from everything from DJing, like I DJ'd at Mysteryland. I built out Electric Zoo. I was like the featured artist and basically built all the prototypes of all these like geometrical, it was called the Geomatrix. And then one year I did thousands of neon butterflies. And I basically, my thing is like I create experiences so that when you're having this heightened psychedelic experience, you can kind of like really experience something that you've never seen before, and that's kind of like my favorite thing to do. And now I want to like I want to bring all of that into Decentraland and find a way to like recreate these like experiences somehow. So that's been just something I've been working towards figuring out, like how to make that happen. I mean, you know, I know there's like the major music festival that Decentraland puts together, but I wonder if there would be a way to kind of create another festival that we would do, you know, all together, like have like numerous stages, just like at a real festival. And like every space, every gallery, or every place that does stuff like that could do different, we could book all the DJs at different stages at different times and create like different, like, you know, experiences, certain types of music, etc. But just the whole like you know, kind of like like mycelium, you know, the way like fungus is, how it's like all connected. That's how I look at Decentraland. Like it's almost like this portal into like a global energetic like ley lines between all of us. Like we're all part of this grid, this like digital nomad grid. Like we're all somewhere else, but we're also connected at the same time, just by going into the space and being able to explore all the different you know, places that have been built out. And I think it would just be really freaking amazing. Like there's so many DJs that I want to bring, and I don't know how I would pull that off exactly, or if someone would even want to do that. You know, like go see Diplo in Decentraland. Like would people show up? Like I don't know, I have a lot of like parts of me that are like I don't know, like I don't know how the heck I would pull that off. But I mean, I've done it in real life, and I feel like digitally it'll be much easier, just a lot more like the tech side of it will be more complex. But like if anyone is down to do that, like let's make some magic happen. I'm thinking like Shambhala mixed with like EDC, like, you know, like a tribal kind of like mixture of all different styles of dance music, like everything.
I wish I could live at EDC, so yes. So Seed, Diplo, yes please. When? Give now? Definitely, like, I'm sure that with that name, you can get anyone in this room to facilitate, like, whatever experience, they, we may want to create, especially if Diplo's involved.
Yeah, and it's totally feasible. It's just a matter of figuring out, like, there's a lot of this tech stuff that, like, Madamus really kind of leads that side of everything. Like, how do I get, like, 10,000? Is it possible to get 10,000 people in Decentraland at one time, or is that, like, not gonna happen?
My theory is that the Decentraland will just implode if we get 10,000 users, but that's just my funny my funny answer to that one. But okay, so if the Decentraland were to be capable of taking in 10,000 users, I would assume it would be like the users will be spread out through different islands and realms and stuff like that.
And you can't really control which island you end up in, right? There's no, like, way of, like, being like, oh, I'm gonna go to this island or that island. It's kind of just like I don't know, facilitated or something. You just kind of end up there, or how does that work exactly?
My methods with sharing my islands with friends is I just send them a link to wherever I'm at, and that usually works. Sometimes, like, yeah, the link might take them to a different island, but I would just say, like, click it again, and yeah, eventually it would work. But yeah, nothing official or nothing, like, no super cool method of being like, fuck this island, I'm jumping to the next one.
I got you. Like, do you think it would be possible to, like, how many people went to the last, like, festival that happened, the music festival? Does anybody know, like, the numbers behind it?
Where did PB go?
I can say definitely more than 38.
Like 38 people?
Yeah, definitely more than 38. This is just a low blow to the 38 article from CoinDesk.
Oh my god, I'm so clueless. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I just feel like there's so many things we could do. If we were to book someone, like, major like that and have him do, like, a live set, I mean, I just would have to, like, schmooze him into it, because I know he's, like, totally interested, but he's like, what is this? And I mean, there were a bunch of DJs that have played at Decentraland that, like, that one, what is that one stage? They always have music going. It's on the top left-hand corner of the map. It's called, oh god, my brain is farting.
Is it
I go
Rage?
there.
Rage?
Yeah, no, I've been there too, but, like, there's that other one that is
Sorry, top left or top right corner of the map?
Oh, top left corner of the
'cause
map.
Sugar Club is over that way. Rage.
Yeah, there's Sugar Club, Rage, and then there's that, like, big one with the one famous DJ that's just, like, standing next to the stage. It's like a giant version of him. Oh my god, what? I'm, like, outside right now.
Dylan Francis Atari or not?
What is it?
Dylan Francis of his Atari stage? No.
Maybe that's where Dylan Francis played. It's like a triangle when you first get there, and then you walk through, like, a bunch of triangles to get into the stage area, and there's, like, a big zebra or something like that. I can't remember.
Unicorn?
No, not Unicorn. It's kind of like,
Did I rug?
No, I think.
Nope.
Sure.
Now I want to know where it is.
Maybe she can show us one day. We can go on a field trip, and it could be like finding Narnia. Maybe there's a secret stage we don't know about.
Called Space Ibiza. No, that's not what it's called. We have to like actually look at it. I don't know, but they have like a pretty giant space. And they're always playing DJs like constantly. I don't know how the heck they do that, but they must have like a massive server to be able to keep running visuals and sound all the time. I don't know. There's so much I need to learn. But yeah.
Anesthesia Ibiza?
Oh yeah, Amnesia.
Amnesia, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, so I go to all the spaces, but that one, somehow they are always like running the system. I don't know what kind of computer they have, if it's like the size of a house, but I mean, obviously it's possible to do it, but I just don't understand how they have that much computing power to like consistently run it 24 hours a day, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I just wonder, I wonder, like, do you guys ever like talk to those people? Do they ever come to like the Decentraland community chats and stuff like that, or?
No, they don't know we exist, sadly.
Yeah, because like that's what I just like never understood. Like, where are they? Like, who created that space? I mean, I don't know. Whenever I go there, I'm pretty much alone. You know, it's huge.
I think that space was created by the Amnesia Club that is in Ibiza, I believe, and I think that they used to be much more active, like back probably pre-2021 November new wave of users. Saw Ruston come up. I thought he was going to give us some alpha, but I believe that my brain remembers a story, but I can't remember it well enough to say it without totally fucking it up and getting my facts wrong. But I think that they used to be a lot more active, like in 2020 and 2021 early.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you have to spend a lot more money to keep the music going. Like, I don't really know anything about this stuff. I wish I did. I wish I had like the power to be able to just turn the system on at any point, you know, but I don't know how to do that just yet. I usually rely on Madamus to get it going, but yeah, I mean, like every space that it's like I wish I could be at all of them at once sometimes. But I know that's not like possible exactly. But the fact that you can just like bounce around and there's all these different shows, and the idea of linked wearables, like I don't even know what that is. Like, are they're like linked to like in real life wearables? Is that what that means?
They're linked to an NFT project. So if the NFT project has like a collection of 10,000, it would be like 10,000 unique wearables being submitted. And if I misspoke, please hit me. Okay, I saw clapping, so I think I did good.
So like an NFT project would release these linked wearables so that like if you buy the artwork or something, I guess that's for like larger projects and stuff like that. That way, like you're the person who collects your art, they also get like a wearable. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't have like a project like that right now, but I've been wanting to produce a completely new music festival it's always been something I've wanted to do. I used to do shows like that in my gallery in real life. I had like over 10,000 square feet, and we used to have shows like pretty much every single day. And I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but I want to like recreate that experience somehow. And I don't exactly know how to do it yet, but it would be cool to have everyone involved if I were to ever, do that. So that, I mean, obviously, like those DJs, I've already tried to ask, like, how much does it cost to book Diplo? And then, like, the booking agent was like, well, it really depends on where it is. And I was like, well, it's virtual. And then they were like, what? And I was like trying to explain like how to like get there so that they could just check it out. And I was so surprised, like, how is that possible that he hasn't been there yet? Like, there's no way. Like, he's had to have somehow ended up there at some point. But I guess there's just still a lot of people that just haven't taken the leap, or maybe they're just scared. Like, I mean, if I didn't have the help, I'd be scared, because when you first come into like the Web3 world, people are like talking about do your own research, and there's like scams, don't click on links, and then you're like, oh my god, like what do I do? Like what don't I not do? So I think the more pleasant I can find a way to explain it, like the more I work on figuring out how to explain it, the easier it will be for people to, check it out. Like not be scared. You just go to the website. You can go in as a guest. And I mean, I know it sounds easy for me because now I learned how to do it. But like in the beginning, I was definitely a little scared because I, didn't know what I was getting myself into. But I'm so happy that I actually did it, and I, kind of let myself explore the lands. And I just wish sometimes I wish I could actually like pop in there and be like totally immersed in everyone's space, and like rage it with you guys like in Decentraland, but like also in real life somehow at the same time. I don't know. It's really weird. Bizarre thing.
No, see, I think it makes total sense. I think that as we continue to, go down this crazy rabbit hole, I think that's what we're going to strive for. It's going to be like, how do we just make it more and more immersive? And yeah, like everything you're saying with audio visual, I'm just trying to think of like, okay, back in my rave days, what was memorable? Like what stands out? And I think it's like like when you can't even move, like you're just trying to dance and you have like 2 square inches to dance because you're packed in like so tight. And yeah, I don't know, like that feeling that you get when the music drops and like it's your DJ and you jam and the music and the lights and everything. Like we can't recreate all of that here, but we can recreate a lot of it. Like I don't know, I guess it depends on how much people are willing to like let themselves go into this is their new reality. Because like I'm standing here watching everybody dance and I feel like I'm right there, but like an outsider would be like, okay, these are crazy people just staring at their PCs. Like they need to like go out and touch grass more often. But I think that there's so much potential. Like I can't wait until somebody makes incense to match each club. Like one of the things that like always stood out is the smell of like fog machines. When you come home from a rave or party, the next day you smell like whatever scent that they put into the fog machine. And like what if each club had its own incense? And so like when you're at zoo, you put in that and then you smell it, and then like then you're smelling it and Sin is smelling it, and everybody's got like this general like we would just have to I don't know, like we would get this like incense sampler platter. But then we'd associate that smell with like our club, like the dollhouse maybe smells like peaches and strawberries or stuff. And I don't know, like I think that things like that could really tie it together too. So if anybody makes incense, I've been like saying this idea for a year and nobody's stolen it from me yet, so maybe I finally have to move on it. I also, you could do like a weed of the club, like where each club would have its own strain of weed, so then you get the sampler platter of all this weed, and then you know your boys like smoking the same stuff as you, and then you sparks conversation, shit like that. So I just took this way off topic. So
oh my god, I love this.
Well, Julianne came up and she's got her hand up, so you can save me from my rambling.
Hi.
How are you?
Yes, I'm okay. So it'd be nice if they eventually get virtual reality, and then like it also could track your body a little bit, so then we could actually see each other dance, and we could use that as a workout instead of doing a boring workout.
Oh
Yes,
my god,
totally.
like spin classes. Like you could have spin classes on the metaverse that way.
Yeah, then we could have whatever other supernatural stuff going on while we're doing that.
Oh my gosh, we could have so much fun with that.
And speaking on VR, this morning I did wake up and I saw like a post from, I think it's one of the people that is developing the VR client or the VR portion of Decentraland, and they had like, it was like a video of them having like this like ball motion suit on, and they were like lifting their arms and stuff, and like right next to like, you know, the video of them lifting their arms was like their Decentraland avatar like lifting their arms along with like the same motion. So I mean, we might be closer than we think.
Nice.
I love all
Gotta
the
get headset.
glittery, like super cool. Like I guess they're like wearables that people are making. I definitely want to explore creating more things so that it's like when you come close to someone, like the orb that you have around you starts changing colors, and then and every single person's like super unique, so you could like they're like almost like reactive to your movements as well somehow. I don't know how to explain it, but kind of like a live, you know, light show, but for like each person. So like if everybody in the space is together, then it's like this like mass, like each person creates like a massive light show, kind of like a, you know, a fractal of motion going on at once, not just like on the screen, but also with all the people combined. I like the whole like lighty, like, you know, someone mentioned it earlier. I want to see more of that too. I love that visual aspect. It's like super trippy. Yeah, just really, I see it in my head. It's just so hard to put it into words. It's like I wish I could just like get you guys to like climb into my brain or something, because I feel like everybody sees the same thing. Like we're all collectively kind of like, we're all collectively like on the same vibration, and like there's a reason why this is happening, and I don't know what the reason is, but there is definitely some sort of higher purpose behind it. Like Elon Musk, you know, he called Twitter the global like hub or something, and I feel like Decentraland is like the global spirit. Like if, you know, if I could describe this abstract concept to actually make sense, like it's more, it feels more spiritual, even though it's technology, and it's like you know, considered a game or whatever they, you know, whatever people call it. They call it the metaverse, or they I guess some people call it a game. but I don't really feel like it's a game. I feel like it's almost like an exploratory land made for heightened experiences. That's like the best way I can put it without saying it exactly what I'm trying to say. But
yeah, because one thing I was thinking of writing about was comparing it to like more towards like a heavenly utopia, how that would work. So, like maybe make an interesting article about that, because just how I guess maybe the working together things, parts, and like maybe other aspects of it. And of course, I mean, you could do things there that you can't do things in real life too. So yeah, I agree that something special about it. Of course, Web3, even though it could be like a family, could be a little bit like the, I don't know, it seems like there is like some drama that could happen too, but I guess that's all about being a family, right?
We're all humans having a human experience on the internet. That, you know, it's the human aspect of things you can't really avoid. Hey, Julianne, if you look up at the top of the space, I pinned a tweet at the top, which from the latest one from Tony Draco. He that video is the one I was just referring to with like the motion suit and like the avatar motions. So yeah, check it out. I thought it was really cool how he's like moved, like opening and closing his hands.
That's really epic.
Oh, that's for the avatar, like the face. I don't know what's the name of it, because Morph does it really well on his stream, but it's like the face tracking, so you could have your avatar move with your movements.
Oh damn. Facial expressions on the way. Looks like we won't have to emote those.
Ooh, and how about like tracking your lips? Because then I could just, if I ever do YouTube, I could just use my avatar if I don't want to be on camera.
At least with the ones that are used on Twitch and stuff like that, like Canessa had made the example of Morph's like I forget what they're called. Let's call them Avatar for Twitch Avatar. Like it's like super detailed where like his jaw moves like because his is like a robot. So like his jaw's like moving like while he talks, and like sometimes I feel like it's like super detailed to the point where like, oh, did I just see like a nut fall or something?
And I think Doki has that too. But I think you're right. I think Morphs, because it's a robot, it just translates super well to that. Like it looks so realistic.
Well, I hope that someday I can have everybody come and have a gift you guys, an experience that I've been working on with Matt, and we've just kind of been building up to it, but the visuals are pretty much ready, and you know, I don't know how to describe exactly what it is, but I would say, you know, I want to do something that like goes after hours. I don't know how many people would be up for something like that, but you know, like when the clubs let out, a lot of the time people will be like, oh no, like I am like really lit right now, like what are we gonna do? Go back to the place and just stare at each other, or like put on some like TV show or something, you know, or like play some visuals on YouTube? What if they could just like come to Decentraland and, you know, be part of like the experience and get like into this like immersive experience with tons of other people, and instead of like, you know, having like a bad experience or a bad trip, or they could just come to Decentraland. And it's healing, like it really heals people. It's healed me. I mean, I don't know if if it's helped heal other people, but I can attest to that it actually has healed me in so many ways, because of the human connection. Even though I can't touch you guys or I can't hug you, I feel like there's we're it feels like we're together when I'm in a room full of people. Like I feel like I'm actually standing next to someone. And it doesn't matter sometimes, like, to me, like, even what music is playing, just the feeling of like being around people, I think is really wholesome. So yeah, I mean, the dramas and like whatever the mishaps or like miscommunications or whatever negative things happen, like nowhere near outweigh like the positive that's come from my experience in Decentraland. There's absolutely no way like it could ever weigh more than the good parts. I don't even notice any of the dramas, actually. I'm always just like,
Yeah, I'm not a part of it, but I hear about it.
yeah, no, I'm sure, but I feel like beyond all of that, it's like I can't compare it to anything that I've ever experienced. So I used to play Grand Theft Auto because I really liked going on adventures, and my friends would be like, dude, this is not how you play this game. And I was like, well, I just want to walk around and like imagine someday where you're going to be able to, walk inside these buildings, and like what if there were galleries and shows and stuff like that. And like I remember like saying it like over and over again whenever I hung out with friends playing video games. I would just constantly talk about this thing. And now it's like for the last however long it's been around, it's like, what the heck is going on? Like, this is literally exactly like what I was talking about. Like, how is this possible? like somebody had to like code all of this and create this world. And it is literally mind bending. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Again, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna shut up now. So save me.
You have just described one of my like video game wet dreams of like Grand Theft Auto, being able to explore and enter every single building. Like that has been a thought in my mind like since I first played Grand Theft Auto. Like, why can't I go in this building and or yeah, so I mean, definitely, and Decentraland is a place that could possibly become that. I mean, given the, let's say, like our 8% unique users of land start actually building on it, or we just like implement something where like if as a user, as a landowner, if you don't log into your Decentraland, like if you don't sign into Decentraland, once every 6 months, your land becomes available for squatters or something like that, and that might push some innovation and maybe even like some landowners to like come back and be like, shit, I don't want that shit built on my land. Time to be active and actually be a productive member of society, meta society.
How about how do we get custody of the roads to make, like, if we want Grand Theft Auto, can you imagine driving some fucking cars all over the roads on the map? Like if you're chasing down somebody and oh my gosh, down on Stateless Road, you just get to go flat out. If they catch you before you get to like Beavers, they get your coin or something. But like the roads might be the most underutilized parcels of the whole map, maybe even more than like the plazas. So like how do we get cars on roads? Because could you just imagine like if you could just drive and like if the roads of Decentraland was a race car game and you could buy your own freaking cars, NFTs, or like maybe a Hummer or like a Jeep with 35-inch tires, so I get to go like off the roads maybe or something, like if you like level up.
A limousine with a pool in the back.
Oh my god. Yes, we need this.
Oh, I still vote for
Pretty
south
unreal.
of Decentraland being an ocean, and how about some beach and boats?
Yes. We need water. We need bodies of
Bora
water.
Bora. Oh my God. Bora Bora. But not bored.
Have some ocean games or something.
Yeah, I want to go
Games.
snorkeling. How cool would it be if you could go underwater and go snorkeling and see like the fish and the coral and like, you know, you could turn it into a game or something where you like save the coral by like playing this game or something. Like some way of like also having some sort of a, you know, effect outside of, you know, the space in real life. Kind of like connect the project to the thing, and then I don't know.
I think Shanko is doing that with his undersea, the ocean meta. And let's see, is Mariana? Yeah, Mariana's still here. With ocean meta, he's hoping to do that to some extent. I don't know exactly how, but I know that that's part of the nonprofit. I'm like hoping Mariana is listening. She's probably hosting another Twitter space. But yeah, like that would be so cool. What if you had to, like, in order to level up, like you have to buy oxygen for your tank to keep exploring, and then that oxygen is an NFT that supports like ocean, you know, cleanup and ocean research. Let's make this, Seed. Let's make this. Do you know anything about coding or SDK? Julianne,
Kill the Kraken.
Yeah, Madamus. Madamus, you know, he built Seed out like to like the exact vision that I, you know, the original Seed looked just like the one in Decentraland pretty much, minus the, you know, we had projections like on every single wall, on the floor, and on the ceiling. So that was like a major thing that I wanted to recreate. He figured it out. So I think, I mean, I've met some like really talented people along the way. It's totally possible. And I also met this woman, and her son, they have an NFT project, and they're, I guess, from Australia, and they're trying to save the coral reef and through NFTs or something. And that's what I was imagining, was like that could, I think there's already someone doing that, like you mentioned. But yeah, like all the different aspects, or, you know, you could plant trees, and then you're like planting trees in real life as well, and you can come back to it and you have to water it. And it's like a game, but you're also like, you know, doing in real life stuff like you mentioned just a minute ago. Yeah, I mean, is there a game like that where you can like plant trees or like plant a farm or something?
There's a couple farming games. There's Butterfly Prawn. There's the Cuervo Distillery, Jose Cuervo, where you plant like agave cactuses. Yeah, anybody else jump up if you know of others. But I think, you know, nothing like what you're saying, where it's a nonprofit. Like you just, like, you bringing that up makes my brain think like, what, like, there's a really cool potential for nonprofits, or like, you know, kind of activism, like you're saying, it, like to go in and plant a tree, that it would be planted in the real world. Like that's, I think a lot of those, that's what they want. They want you to donate, but they also want you to be like active and like participatory, and not just like they want you to learn too. Maybe learn, like you have to go through and like learn, why is it important to, I don't know, not like kill the coral reefs, and then like you're learning and you're taking in information as you're doing this. So yeah, we need to find some nonprofits that want to come to the metaverse.
Yeah, I know Real Barkley. I met her in a Film 3 space, and she started a nonprofit that's helping homeless people to get homes. So she's been working on it. She's like doing like the white paper and all these different things, but she has like an actual nonprofit, and I've been throwing all these like ideas at her, like, can we do this or that, or you know, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of people I've met, like Rachel Wilkins. She does blockchain for good. I've mentioned it to her like almost like 1,000 times already, to kind of like, you know, get these kind of Web3 based nonprofit organizations to come into Decentraland and work with the teams that are, you know, doing things to make it happen. So I've just been planting seeds, you know, just kind of like just placing them, seeing like, you know, what happens, like whatever I can do to help in any way I can, I just kind of do it in the background. You know, as I'm like, I don't code or anything like that. I'm more like a visual, like painter, sculpture person, and I'm more like hands-on. So you know, transforming that into code, that's like me and Matt figuring out how to communicate. It's really complicated, but it's definitely really fun. But yeah, I mean, oh my God, yeah, I'm all about it. So onward and upward, guys. I am super excited as always. I feel super energized after this weekend. I had a really, really intense time. Lots of really cool stuff happened on the new moon. So I'm coming in with some hot vibes. You know, it's been quite the year. Lots of changes, lots of things happening in the world overall. And I'm really excited for the future. I can say that, and with like a giant grin on my face, like I'm just super happy right now.
That makes me so happy to hear you say that. That is awesome. And thank you so much for coming on and sharing so much that you have. And yeah, I echo everything that you said, how much the community means to you and how it is a cool, crazy little community. And it gives me a lot of faith that it is like such a community that I connect with. Somebody said recently, I'm so sorry if it's somebody in the audience that I don't remember who it was, but they were like, there's a reason why Second Life has hung on for 20 years. Like, and it's the people. And so really it's like, I mean, I think maybe we'll all be here in 20 years and we'll be like, yeah, you know, remember the good old days. Remember when we were excited to sit. But really it's like the human connection. I'm always a believer in that. And so I think you're onto some stuff, Seed, and you know, we got a lot of talent in this room. So I think everybody, like, there's ways we can connect, make these things happen. That's maybe the coolest thing. It's like, if you can't do it, somebody else can. Like, if you're not a coder, maybe somebody else is a coder, but maybe you're a builder and they need you. So it like, this place forces you to connect with people, and maybe like forces you to acknowledge your weak points or like the parts that you can't do and that people can help you with. And I don't know, that just kind of is a cool thing. And I see Manzier and Shark and Frisky Bumblebee joined us, and Zom. Hello. I feel like saying good morning just because it's a little easier to roll off the tongue than good afternoon, but I think morning has come and gone.
It's shipped, that's for sure. Welcome everyone. Frisky, it's been a while. Thank you for being here, my friend. Definitely, we've been going strong on our 5-hour marathon so far. If anyone would like to come up and speak, share any thoughts, feel free to do so. Everyone, please make sure to like and retweet the room. Tell your friends about us. And also come back over to Seed. You had mentioned something about like wanting to do these like late night events. I think they're an amazing idea. Like I believe we both live in US East. This is me saying because like I've spent like a few nights in VC with Madamus, like just like at ridiculous hours, like we're just up for some reason. So like there's nothing going on at those hours. So like I feel like it would be kind of beneficial to kind of at least have an open venue to like if anyone wants to hang out, like have that option for them open. Especially like, you know, past 12 our time, I feel like there's nothing.
That would be epic. I'm always about it. So whenever anyone wants to make anything like that happen, I'm game. I'm usually up pretty late. We are on the East Coast. I'm like 5 minutes from Midtown. So New York City's right there. And I'm pretty much prepared. Like I finally finished at least, I don't know, like a 10-hour set, so I could DJ for days. And you know, the visuals are all ready to go. So I've been just practicing, trying to get it to work, trying to figure out like what doesn't work, what, you know, just pretty much figuring it out. And I'm at that point now. So like every Friday night we've been doing events with a bunch of people that I've met on Twitter and that had never been to Decentraland before. So we play a lot of their stuff, and then I really like to go after hours. But it was really hard to decide like what night or what day to do an event because there's so many events going on at the same time sometimes. So it was really hard. It took me a while to be like, okay, we're gonna do this night every week and just make it happen. And hopefully, you know, if anyone is up, you know, past like 3 a.m., count me in. Like ping me. I don't know if that's a thing on Decentraland. Can you ping people? But I'm always down to facilitate all kinds of after hour experiences. That's always been kind of like my favorite time of the evening. Especially like, you know, once in a while, it's just like my soul needs it.
Well then, looking forward to them. I mean, I feel like there needs to be more events for like more time zones than just US East, UTC, you know, all of US, let's say all US times and UTC. Julianne? No. Oops. Okay. She must have put her hand up by accident. Crap. I was gonna mention something, and it's gone.
Okay. I was gonna say, maybe if you want to connect more easily, if you want to make a Twitter group chat, so as another, because sometimes with Discord it could just things could get lost, and then you could also put the notifications on it so that you don't, or you could click something so you don't like have the notifications popping up all the time. That's just an idea, or like if an event's coming up or something.
Yeah, I was even thinking like, I mean, I don't know if anything happens every day after like 2 a.m. but that's pretty much like a few different time zones that I'm not in. And I don't know if there are any events like after that time, but I'm all about making that happen. So if anyone's ever like, I can't sleep tonight, let's go listen to some music, I'm all about it. And you know, I always like to play things people want to hear as much as I can, at least. But yeah, no,
You know, Seed, it might be some of the other time zones, like you know, it might be like in the European time zone, or like Australia, Asia. Like, I know a lot of our friends over there have complained or just commented that, you know, it's hard for them to make parties in the American time zones. And so there's definitely, like, it might be late for us, but it's not late everywhere in the world. So maybe even connecting with some of the different communities and finding out like what the best time, like if there's parties that are going on, you know, in the middle of the night for us, but somebody in another part of the planet, that might be a good resource to reach out to as well.
Yeah, totally. I think that would be epic. I mean, I've looked for things that are going on, but I don't. Usually around like 3 a.m. There's never really anything going on unless I'm totally unaware of it and it's just not on the calendar. I think I've pretty much been to every single space in Decentraland. You know, I've been on like a mission to like check every single spot that I could possibly find. But there's also a lot of places that aren't on the map, so sometimes it's just me running through a field.
Did you ever go to that place where you go into a portal potty and then you go into this like different interesting area? Have you ever been to that one? That was neat.
I couldn't figure out, like, I went in the porta potty but nothing happened, so I don't know. I think you have to have some special thing or something, but yeah, that was actually a really cool spot. I went to a party there maybe like a week ago or something. I forget the name of it. Cromulon. Cromuland.
I don't know. There could be more than one of these magical portal potties.
I need to find them all.
When you said porta potty, I was thinking about Cromuland's POAP machine for sure.
Ah, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
The one I went to, it looks like an outdoor festival. Is that what yours looks like? I might have the coordinates somewhere.
Yeah, Cromulon is a open like parcel. So yeah, perhaps maybe we're talking about the same one.
Okay.
Maybe that day they had their porta potty linked to a location. Let's see. Aaron, your hand is up.
Yes, I believe it was Cromulon, but also I think that maybe Julian's talking about the Metaverse Music Festival last year. I think also had a porta potty. I could be wrong. That had a cool teleport. So maybe you guys went across it when you were just exploring. And another thing that I wanted to kind of add on to what you guys are saying is that I too think that there's a huge potential to tap into the late night kind of space. Basically, like some of the biggest engagements that people are getting now are music and concerts. And back in the day, I was really trying to hit hard in the like sleep in the ASMR space. I even have I think over 100 or 1,000 videos of me reading different sleep stories and trying different sleep music to help people to go to sleep on YouTube. And the reason why it's kind of successful is because, I mean, I didn't hit huge success, and other people did better than me, but people liked it because if they became a fan of your content, then they would watch your YouTube videos every night to sleep, and then they would just fall asleep to your videos, because I found through some data points, especially during the 2020, like a lot of people had high anxiety, and so they needed something to watch to kind of distract them to sleep. And YouTube had massive like spikes in just, I think, if this is a weird fact, but during that time, if you look up in YouTube, the word ASMR was more searched than the word music, and it was the number one searched word in the world, and people don't really know that because it's just something that people don't really check out the raw data. But basically, I'm giving you guys this information because I think you guys might be onto something. If either a space that's already established or a new space that was just focused on helping people sleep, and it would just be a constant loop of like people playing like, you know, slow music to help them sleep, like DJing, but like reverse DJing, you know, where it's more chilling out, or people doing like reading sleep stories, or just like content to help people sleep, or people can go there and try to sleep listening to it. Maybe they can meet other people and they can just go for a fun walk, you know, exploring Decentraland. I think that would be like, I think long term, based on the data, it would be huge success, like high forecasts on it. I wish I could like spend time on it too, but I'm already doing a million things. But if anybody wants to take the lead on that, I would love to help out with just the data and however I can too, because I think you guys are onto something there for sure.
I will go as far as to contribute licking the mic.
I love this.
Have you guys ever like jumped into those Twitch streams where like the chick is literally like got the mic in her mouth and like has like thousands of viewers, and you're just like, why?
I second that motion, Sinful. We need. You said your parents got you a video camera, so that it's time, bro.
It's time for the OnlyFans. Yes, Aaron. My parents did get me a webcam for my streams, so perhaps it's time to finally crack open the OnlyFans, and along with the OnlyFans, do like some side work by sticking my mic in my mouth.
I second that motion.
Do we have any no votes?
Confirm.
Excellent. Excellent. Where's my hammer? Motion passed. So I see that we're at our 5 hour and 17-minute mark for our last marathon of the year. I think this might be a good time to wind down. Starting to get very, very hungry. What do you think, Kanessa?
Yeah, I think hungry, and yeah, I've been like drinking coffee all morning, so probably food is good to make the words. I don't even know if I can talk straight anymore. So, probably a good time.
Kanessa needs a nap. So I guess, yeah, good time to wind down. Thank you, everyone. My speakers up here, any final thoughts? Let's start with Grill, Sergeant, Aaron. You may take over, Aaron.
No, yeah, I think no final thoughts. I'm really I had fun. Thanks so much, guys, for doing these. These are always a blast. Not only is it we learn a lot from each other, but also you know, kind of gives a platform for people in different parts of the world to tune in. So that's what's always fun about that. So thank you guys so much for doing it, and it was great hearing everybody speak. I had so much fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Julianne, any final thoughts?
Have a happy New Year, and wonder if there's any interesting New Year's parties in Decentraland on around that day.
Oh, I believe there might actually be a New Year's party. Well, I not might. I know there's gonna be one. Let me pull up kind of the information that was given to me.
Decentraland have its own like special ball that's gonna drop.
They did last year. I haven't heard anything, but it was a big one. It was like they recreated New York City.
Yep, that one was community made by, it was Allcoin Radio and UMAC, and you know, everyone that worked on that This year, this is actually the event I was gonna kind of tell you guys about. It is another event by Altcoin Radio and UMAC. They have joined forces again to bring us an event. Let's see, do I have any hours? I know it's going to be a 4-hour event. I think the 4-hour event is going to cover like maybe a little bit of UTC, then US East, Central US, Mountain US, and PST. I don't even know if I named all of the US time zones, but I know it's like a 4-hour event. Now, we probably need a ball dropping for like the European time zones as well as the Asian time zones.
Maybe it should be like a huge Ethereum symbol.
Just crashing on the ground.
Well, we don't want to symbolize it crashing, but yeah, we could do whatever.
It could go up.
Oh.
What would be cool is like maybe the Ethereum symbol kind of dropping to the ground and splashing into like a million tiny like ETH pieces that spread throughout the parcel. Yeah.
And
yeah,
then
that
we
could be
run
like the
around and pick 'em
confetti.
up.
Ethereum confetti.
Love it. Kanessa?
Oh, and then we run around and pick them. We run around and pick those pieces up, and then they're like mana. They're free mana.
Oh my god.
Free little part. They gave away free mana. I've got a screenshot of like launch day, and you run around and you click this thing, and then you get like a certain amount of mana for free. So the tech is there. You just need
Yeah,
to
that's
bring
a good
it
idea. People love free stuff.
Where's my free mana? Seed, any final thoughts?
I just want to say, hope you're all having a happy holiday, and I look forward to joining like in on these community group chats more often in the new year, especially. I'm excited. I feel like the ground is about to break wide open, so I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys out there. And definitely, if you ever think of if you ever want me to turn on the system, I'm always down. The more the merrier. So if you happen to be awake after 3 a.m., come over, Seed, and I will put on a show for you. Customized. And make some awesome energy happen. But yeah, I mean, we have some gongs set up, so you can go there and check those out anytime. If you're ever needing some vibratory sounds, it's on the second floor of Seed. But yeah, thank you, and sending you all love and light and blessings into the new year. May we all live long and prosper.
And feel better, Seed.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Seed. Your final thoughts just put a big smile on my face. Really appreciate you coming up and sharing, as well as yourself, Julianne, Aaron. Thank you, Grill Sergeant. Very nice to meet you. Hope to see the crypto dads in Decentraland more often. And yeah, I'm hoping to see some dads start to show out with their talents, various talents, whether it's grilling steak or OnlyFans, whatever it may be. I support. I want to thank everyone in the listeners panel that has been here for the 5-hour marathon. We love you. Thank you so much for your time, your love, your support, everything. Thank you for all the love and support that you guys have given throughout this entire year. And let's kick off 2023 with a bang, guys. I feel like we can do great things for 2023. I was here for New Year's 2022, and I'll tell you, this right here did not exist. This Twitter space where we have like people in Decentraland vibing with us and, you know, contributing, sharing thoughts, like this wasn't here. So that means we can only amplify. We can only we can only get bigger here from here. Thank you, everyone. And just as I normally say, act natural. Thank you. Kanessa, it's all yours.
Oh, I don't know. How can I follow that one? Saying.
Tell them Happy New Year.
Okay, I'll do that. Happy New Year. I hope you guys have a safe one, and we will see you. We'll see you next year. Have a good day, and love to you all.
Well, that was fucking fun. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for hanging out on stream for so long. Really appreciate you all. I'm going to close down the YouTube stream.